Good morning. We are live from River Valley Room.
Thank you and good morning. I'm pleased to welcome you all to the July 12th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee meeting. I'd like to start with a land acknowledgement. The City of Edmonton, from time immemorial, diverse Indigenous nations have stewarded these lands, including the Nahiwak, Nehiyawinawak, Nakota Iska, Dene Salina, and Nitsitsapi. Many more First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have gathered, traded, and celebrated on this land for generations. This place also forms part of the Métis homeland and is within the Métis Nation of Alberta Region 4. The signing of Treaty 6 in 1886-87 created a foundation of good relations, welcoming peoples to this area from around the world. Today, Wardo Damon carries on this, the City of Edmonton carries on this tradition of welcoming peoples from many nations as we continue to live into the spirit and intent of treaty. I'll go now for a roll call of committee members. Mayor Sohi.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
And Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
And Councillor Tang, can I turn to you for the adoption of the agenda?
Sure.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, and we are joined by some of our colleagues online. Thank you for the reminder, Councillor Tang. Councillor Knack is here with us this morning.
Good morning.
And Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Good morning.
And I think we'll be having a few other colleagues join us a bit later in the day. That adoption of the agenda.
Yeah, Councillor Stevenson, I'd like to move to adopt the agenda for today, July 12th, Urban Planning Committee.
Thank you. Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried.
And yeah, I'd like to move the approval of the minutes from June 20th, 2023 Urban Planning Committee.
Thank you. Any errors or omissions? No? Please vote.
Yes.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried as well. I'm now very pleased. I have a protocol item. Did anyone else have a protocol item for this morning? No? Well then, I am delighted on behalf of Mayor and Council to do a brief protocol item. Joining us today, both in person and virtually, we have members of our National Urban Park Committee Stakeholder Committee. On behalf of the City of Edmonton, I am pleased to welcome you all to City Hall and for those online as well, and to offer our sincere appreciation for your excellent contributions towards the National Urban Park Initiative. As valued members of the Stakeholder Committee during the pre-feasibility phase, your diverse perspectives, insights, and expertise have been critical in providing the City of Edmonton with important considerations during this early phase of the project. Having participation and input from community stakeholders and involved Edmontonians such as you provides the City with a deeper understanding of the initial concerns, challenges, and possibilities regarding a national urban park in the Edmonton region. This type of engagement is critical to the success of the project. The feedback you've provided over the past 14 months will continue to inform the work on the project as it moves forward for consideration. Today, we'd like to celebrate your contributions to the committee, where you've shared your time, ideas, and knowledge with the project team. If you're here with us in person today, please stand and stay standing while your name is called. I'll read through the names and then we will acknowledge you all. So I believe in person we have Joseph Yurkovich. Hello. Kyle Skoll. Linda Duncan. And Christine Archibald. Hello. Online as well, we have Steve Allen, Ann Charlton, Steve Donnellan, Keisha Kerr, Jonathan Lawrence, Christine Kwalchuk, Klaus Rodenberg, Craig Bonneville, Shelley Grolmus, Dan St. Pierre, Grant Purcell, Charlie Richmond, Carrie Miller, Ken Muggeridge, Dr. Elizabeth Halpenny, and Dr. Pearl Ann Reichwein. Thank you all so much for your contributions and input in this process. Thank you. With that, we will now move to selection. Oh, hi there. Thank you for joining. We'll move to selection of items for debate. Mayor Sohi?
Well, we have number of requests to speak, 7-1. Sorry, 6-1. 7-1. So I'll select those.
Thank you. I'll select 7-2, and that is our agenda. So we don't have any votes not selected for debate to vote on, but we do have some requests to speak. Councillor Tang.
Yes, I'd like to move that Urban Planning Committee hear from the following speakers in panels when appropriate. Okay. For 6.1, construction site safety and accountability. So this is the list previously approved.
Excuse me, Councillor Tang. First, can we vote on the
Oh.
selection of items for debate? Or
It was everything.
all of the items were selected? So, okay, sorry.
Oh, that's okay. Thank you for keeping us on track.
Okay, so I'll keep going. For the speakers previously approved on June 20th, Urban Planning Committee meeting, Don Tolsma from Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region, remote. Jan Harstaff, Scona District Community Council, in person. Nicholas Rubottom from Infill Development in Edmonton Association, remote. And Jason Cunha from Infill Development in Edmonton Association, in person. We've also got some additional speaker registered from Brendan Shui, in person. Jay Nicol, People for Responsible Infill Development Edmonton, in person. Bev Zuba from Residential Infill Working Group, in person. And Kathy Monson, remote. For 7.1, National Urban Park Initiative, Outcomes of Pre-Feasibility Phase, we have Kyle Skoll from North Saskatchewan Heritage River Initiative, Smoky Lake County, in person. Keisha Kerr from Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society, Northern Alberta, in person. Linda Duncan, North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society, in person. Sherry Heschek, remote. Lyndon Decor, in person. Joe Yurkovich from Edmonton Mountain Bike Alliance, in person. Theo Peters, Métis Nation of Alberta, in person. And Alana Cody, remote.
Thank you. Please vote on hearing from these speakers.
Yes.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Great. And just for our speakers, so we'll be starting with item, we'll be starting with item 6.1 and then moving on to item 7.1. So for the speakers that are waiting for those items, you can sort of gauge on 7.1 where you might be, as we have about 40 minutes of speakers. So if you need to take a moment and take a break, you're welcome to do so, and then come back to join us when we get to your item. No request for time specific on the agenda, which brings us to item 6.1, and I'll turn to administration for a presentation.
Good morning. I'm Kim Petrin, Acting Deputy City Manager for Urban Planning and Economy. I'm joined here today by Rob McAdam, Director of Safety Code Permits and Inspection, as well as team members that are here to respond to any future questions you might have. We are here today to provide an update on our work with community and industry stakeholders to explore tools and approaches on how to ensure accountability related to the construction process. Our city plan vision is to be a healthy, urban, climate-resilient city of 2 million people that supports a prosperous region. The city plan also has a goal of 50% of new homes to be built within our redeveloping communities. While most density will occur within the nodes and corridors, residential neighborhoods will welcome more residents through incremental infill. Our city is evolving. Edmonton, like all cities, is constantly changing and to align with the needs and priorities of its residents, and change can be hard. Redevelopment can impact older neighborhoods in different ways, and recognize that infill brings many benefits to our older communities. There can still be challenges if the design and construction is not completed with the high standard of excellence demonstrated by the vast majority of our building community. While the zoning bylaw renewal is the rule book to develop land and is proposed to enable a greater variety of residential uses, administration is well positioned with a range of tools to address areas of non-compliance and are committed to continuous improvement of these tools and how we deliver the service. I'd like to thank the community and industry stakeholders who have shared their time and their feedback with the city through this engagement process. I'll pass the presentation to Rob McAdam to share more.
Next slide, and thanks, Kim. In 2022, a total of 5,416 building permits were issued for residential development. The city received 1,352 construction site-related complaints, of which 318 were infill-related. City data indicates that 14% of complaints logged were reporting potential safety issues, and the remaining 86% were complaints associated with nuisance concerns such as noise or messy construction sites. When a complaint is received, administration assigns follow-up to the appropriate authority, and it is the responsibility of the authority, for example, safety codes, development compliance bylaw officers, also known as the authority having jurisdiction or AHJ, to investigate. Outside agencies such as OHS also receive complaints and conduct inspections. For the majority of infractions, the AHJ works with the responsible party to gain voluntary compliance, as this is often the quickest way to address a problem. Voluntary compliance is a common outcome when issues arise and is accomplished through communication and education. Safety infractions not quickly resolved result in safety codes orders as an escalation of enforcement or tickets for bylaw infractions. Orders demand the resolution of the violation and are held to due process through an appeal process through the Safety Codes Council when requested. Other AHJs, such as Occupational Health and Safety, can also issue orders. A stop work order by a safety codes officer or OHS officer can and will be utilized if the infraction represents an imminent danger or lack of attention by the responsible party, and if stopping work will lessen or eliminate the unsafe condition. Next slide, please. A number of authorities having jurisdiction are responsible for ensuring safe and compliant construction sites, including safety codes officers, bylaw officers, provincial OH&S staff, and in order to ensure the most holistic approach to engagement and collaboration, and for the first time, all authorities having jurisdiction, including builders, Alberta Municipal Affairs, the Safety Codes Council, the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton Region, the Infill Development Association, community groups advocating for safe construction, and citizens were brought together. Ideas were shared on how all parties can collectively improve construction site safety, minimize nuisance issues, and ensure efficient enforcement when necessary. The facilitated sessions were held with the goal of creating a set of recommendations and building relationships with stakeholders. The community groups invited, the Residential Infill Working Group and People for Responsible Infill Development Edmonton were based on previous participation on infill discussions in 2019 and 2020. Of the two community-based groups, only the Residential Infill Working Group elected to attend. Next slide, please. Administration takes a continuous improvement approach to construction site safety, and we investigated the feasibility of all recommendations developed at the engagement sessions. Several significant process improvements have been implemented or are in development currently, including development and addition of an FAQ resource, refinement to 311 scripts and procedures, and costing of updates to the 311 mobile app to include a construction site related heading to allow the public to report observations and upload construction site photos. updating the current infill construction site management acknowledgement form as a mandatory submission, which was announced yesterday in the Building Edmonton newsletter and is set for implementation shortly. Establishing closer working relationships with Alberta Occupational Health and Safety for increased responsiveness to asbestos-related complaints, notice of project audit system inquiries, and excavation-related inquiries and information. Updating the permit conditions of issuance to explicitly state permit holders' responsibility. Updating the current residential construction guide, including comprehensive responsibilities and expectations, and expanding the use of regulatory tools, including permit refuels and suspensions, for repeated non-compliance behaviors by builders and owners. Next slide, please. In September 2022, the Infill Compliance Dashboard was launched to provide the public with near real-time information about complaints and enforcement activities. The complaints span the jurisdictions of safety codes, development compliance, community standards, bylaw, occupational health and safety, and lot grading. The most common complaints received are failing to display a development sign, failure to follow a development permit, improper or no fencing, excavation concerns, and messy construction sites. Next slide, please. Administration uses different tools to ensure new development is safe and attractive. These include regulations, builder and community education and outreach, complaint-led inspections, and proactive monitoring of infill construction sites. The city produces several documents that help residents and builders better understand the expectations, processes, and requirements for infill construction. Educational materials are distributed and shared with neighbors of infill, builders, and applicants, and can be found on edmonton.ca under residential infill. These materials increase awareness and understanding on what is required during infill construction. Next slide, and thank you very much. We would be pleased to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you very much for that presentation, and I'll now invite our public speakers to come forward. So we've had a bit of a change in order, but I'll invite Don Tulsma to come and sit in seat number 1, then Nicholas Rubottom, or if you're online, that's fine. Great, hello there. Jason Kuna, are you there? Okay. Brendan Shui. Hi, come on up. You can be the first in the first seat. Then Jan Hartstaff. Bev Zubot. Here, Bev, are you there online? Oh, there you are. Hello. Kathy Monson. Kathy, are you there? Great.
Yes.
Thank you. Excellent. Oh, and I'm sorry, I missed Jane Nickel. Jane, are you here? Hi, come on up. I apologize. Thank you. So Dawn, over to you. You've got 5 minutes. So for those of you who may be new to this process, we will be hearing you in panels. So that means that you'll present one after the other. You'll each have 5 minutes. If you're in chambers, there are the handy colored lights for you, green during the first 4 minutes, yellow during the last minute, and then red when your time is up. We do have many speakers today, so I'll be sticking to that timing quite closely. After you've all had a chance to present, then my colleagues will be able to ask you questions, so please don't go anywhere. Please stick around, and we'll ask you some follow-up questions if needed. Just if you're participating remotely, please remember to mute your microphone when you're not speaking. And although it's been handy for checking in, we do typically ask you to refrain from using the raise hand function, just as it can create some issues of fairness and decorum. If you're experiencing any technical difficulties, you can reach out to the Office of the City Clerk using the contact information provided in your confirmation of registration or at city.clerk@edmonton.ca. In the event of an emergency, for those that are here in person, please just follow the clerk's directions to evacuate, and we'll direct you to the correct muster point. And with that, I'll turn it over to you to begin. Don, to you.
Okay, you can hear me clearly?
Yes, we can.
Perfect.
Good morning, members of the Urban Planning Committee. My name is Don Tolsma, and I'm here today on behalf of the Canadian Home Builders Association, Edmonton Region, as the chair of the Mature Neighborhood Working Group. I'm also the president of Timber House Developments, and I'm proud to be a part of this network and community of builders in Edmonton who strive to raise the bar for infill across the city. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today. The city plan outlines growth to 2 million people within the existing city boundaries and balanced growth between infill and greenfield. As we prepare to welcome 1 million more people to Edmonton, the CHBA-ER members have the ability and expertise to provide housing in Edmonton's existing neighborhoods that meet the needs of current and future residents. We are pleased that the city administration is continuing to explore options to increase accountability relating to construction practices while also trying to uphold a business-friendly approach to development. It is CHBA-ER members who will ultimately realize the growth goals of the city plan through the pursuit of new development. We are proud to see the city's experience and data supports the vast majority of builders are accountable and responsible in communicating with neighbors, resolving issues, and demonstrating a high standard of excellence in design and construction. Evidenced by 94% of construction projects that had no complaints or reports of non-compliance around the construction site safety within the city of Edmonton. We recognize that infill development requires shared trust, accountability, and mutual understanding of risk between the city and the residential construction industry. We are pleased to see that the city is continuing to create educational information, update procedures, build relationships, implement new tools, and implement new processes moving forward to support the continued success of infill development. CHBA-ER is also committed to collaborating with the City of Edmonton on this work and making our own contributions to these efforts. Association members are experts in residential construction industry, and have developed educational materials to inform builders of the rules, regulations, and best practices for infill. These include the excavation best practice guide and the infill toolkit. The infill toolkit was developed by builders, trades, and surveyors to support members in establishing amicable relationships with the community during the construction process. In addition, the first iteration of the excavation best practice guide includes best practices for planning and conducting safe excavations, but also emphasizes the importance of tree preservation, enhancing communication, and building relationships with neighbors throughout the construction process. We continue to work in conjunction with the City of Edmonton on the next version of the best practice document. The association has also taken a very active approach to educating members on the importance of tree preservation and protection in collaboration with the City of Edmonton. As an infill builder, I would like to share my method in regard to neighbor relations prior to a build. Neighborhood relationships are all about open lines of communication. We always go to the neighbors, introduce ourselves, walk them through the Canadian Home Builders Association Edmonton Region Infill Toolkit, answer any questions or concerns they have up front, walk the property, take pictures, potentially outside and indoors, and discuss any potential issues that might arise if things don't go according to plan. We also assure them that in any event that damage occurs, it will be corrected, or if there's a safety issue, that it will be rectified. Also, as we know, infill can be quite intrusive, and everybody looks at the progression of the city plan with different lenses. It is important that each neighbor knows what is happening, what the schedule is, what the timeframes are, and who to speak to if something arises. Infill will continue to play an increasingly important role in how Edmonton manages growth and provides diverse housing options. Thank you very much for your time today, and I'm pleased to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, thank you very much. We'll go next to Nicholas Rubottom, joining us online.
Hello, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, thank you.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi, Urban Planning Committee, and other members of Council. My name is Nicholas Rubottom, and I am the Executive Director of the Infill Development in Edmonton Association. Infill development plays a pivotal role in revitalizing established neighborhoods and optimizing land use. However, we recognize that these transformative projects must be conducted with an unwavering dedication to safety. Our nonprofit organization has demonstrated a strong commitment to infill safety and compliance through its educational programming. This includes our infill certification program, which has seen over 80 successful participants. The base program came out of a partnership between IDEA and the City of Edmonton. However, IDEA intends to supplement the course with additional modules on a variety of infill-related topics. In addition to the infill certification program, IDEA has hosted several events throughout the year, including our infill symposium. The infill symposium isn't just for builders and developers, but a space where community, industry, and government have come together to listen and learn from one another. Engagement is something that is very important to IDEA and its membership. We encourage our members to reach out to the community and make them aware of the projects happening in their neighborhoods. As the data from administration's report shows, Edmonton infill builders and developers have a strong reputation for excellence in the projects they carry out. Transparency and openness with the community are how we make Edmontonians feel secure about the, is how we make Edmontonians feel secure about the projects happening in their neighborhoods. We appreciate the City of Edmonton's efforts to provide spaces for this engagement. IDEA will always strive to offer the most current and robust educational programming concerning construction site safety practices. Continuous improvement lies at the heart of our safety culture. We would, however, suggest that the mandate for construction safety in Edmonton not be seen as an infill strategy, but a citywide one. Drawing from administration's report, about 94% of property developments in Edmonton were developed without complaints or reports of non-compliance made by the city. That means that less than 6% of construction sites were in violation of relevant regulation. If that represents 1,352 citywide complaints, and only 318 of them are tied to infill, and only 43 are safety code violations, it would seem unfair to stigmatize infill construction safety as choicely problematic. IDEA will always set a precedent for industry to seek out ways to do better. Collaborating in these city-led engagement sessions was a great way for industry, community, and city to come together to develop strategies that make the community feel secure about the projects happening in their backyards. We hope there are opportunities for future engagement, but would remind the city and community groups that these events are most successful when there is active collaboration, as opposed to separate recommendations drafted before the sessions, as may be observed in Appendix B of the What We Heard report. IDEA thanks City Council for the opportunity to speak today and for its continuous work in realizing the vision of City Plan. While our President Jason Kuna couldn't make it due to a prior commitment, I'm happy to stay and answer any other questions Council may have. Thanks.
Excellent. Thank you, Mr. Rubottom. Next, so we won't be hearing from Jason Kuna, I understand. So we'll go next to Brendan Shui. Hi.
Thanks, Chairperson Stevenson, for the opportunity to present. My name is Brendan Chiwi. I have no particular interest here other than in sharing a little bit of lived experience as to what goes wrong, or what can go wrong with infill development and a recent excavation failure next door to my house. My family and I have lived in McKernan since 2010 and recently built a new house on our former lot.
So would you mind speaking a bit closer to the microphone?
Sure.
Thank
Sorry.
you. That's okay.
And I've included a few photos because I think they're worth 1,000 words. So if we go to the next slide, please.
Thanks.
Sorry, are the slides presenting? I'm still stuck on slide 1 here.
It's okay. Yeah, we'll wind the time. We'll just get that up.
If we could advance to slide 2, please.
Great. Thank you.
So we just built a new fence, and unfortunately, shortly thereafter, there was an excavation for 2 skinny homes. If we can go to slide 3, you can see that the result was a big puddle and some slumping of the brand new fence posts. Move to slide 4, you can see the fence is very clearly essentially demolished, and there's substantial erosion under the sidewalk. Unfortunately, underneath our sidewalk is also our gas line. If we go to slide 4, or 5 rather, there were other issues associated with this excavation collapse, including the temporary fencing falling in fact a hole between the fence and the next property. I have 2 young kids, ages 2 and 4. It took a better part of a week to get any kind of safety fencing put up. And if we go to slide 6, you can see that our neighbors across the way also have had slumpage that could impact them. So moving to slide 7, there are some very clear factors that resulted in this. This is a skinny home development. So there'll be 2 homes. The result, of course, being that they're digging as big a hole as possible to get to the 1.2 meter offset, which is different than a 2 meter offset required for most other developments. So there's another 80 centimeters of space. It was probably 30 centimeters from the property line that this hole was dug. And unfortunately, the excavation was completed in advance of our recent rain in June. And there was no requirement for the builder to do any kind of shoring or other protection because the hole wasn't quite big enough. If you go to the next slide, we can see, well, here is what the rain looked like a few blocks from our house. So the excavation was dug, and subsequently we had inordinate rain. But I note that you've got some interest in being climate resilient, and you know, extreme weather is an outcome of climate change. So I think we can expect that there will be more periods of large amounts of rain. So that should be part of the plan. And if we can go to the next slide, as a homeowner, you know, obviously, I didn't start by calling 311. I started by talking to the builder and looking for some outcomes. I didn't get a whole lot of timely feedback from them. They are not Mr. Tolsma. I wish that we had Mr. Tolsma as the builder next door to us. Not the case. So obviously I'm most concerned with safety. I'm concerned with damage to my fence, the drainage swale that was integrated into it, the compaction under the sidewalk, and potential for impact to the foundation of my house and to the gas line under the sidewalk. I think it's going to be incredibly difficult to repair because it's going to be backfilled with loose fill. Go ahead, drill a pile in that. Pretty tough. And beyond that, there's probably going to be cavities underneath the sidewalk. Will the builder be responsible for that for the next 10 years, 20 years, or are they going to be out as soon as they get paid? I probably think it's the other one. And beyond that, right now, probably there's $50,000 or less than $50,000 of damage. If the foundation is damaged or a gas line is damaged, I'm left with one mechanism, and it's not small claims court. It's going to Court of King's Bench, right? Which is going to enrich potentially lawyers, but won't do me any good. Yeah, next slide, please. So I glanced through the report that was presented at the beginning of this meeting. Great, 94% don't have complaints, but absence of evidence is not evidence of absence. The only reason that an inspection happens is if there is a complaint in this circumstance. That's what the safety codes officer told me. So there is no proactive inspection going on. Maybe there should be. Next slide. So I did get the infographic from the city about this development happening next door to me. It's a little bit misleading, perhaps, that the city will inspect projects to ensure construction is compliant with conditions and applicable safety standards. That only happens if there's a complaint. Second to last slide. So there are disincentives for homeowners to call 311. I'm going to try, first and foremost, to be a reasonable human being and talk to the person. If I don't get the outcome that I want, then I can make a complaint, I suppose, sure. And there was a stop work order issued at this site, which has resulted in a full month going by before anything has been undertaken, because engineering reports are required, and during that time, the likelihood of more damage continues.
Thank you. I'm sorry that's your time. Appreciate your presentation. Next, we'll go to Jane Nickel.
Good morning, members of the committee, other guests, Mayor Sohi joining us, and those online, and National Urban Parks. I want to say how impressed I am with the turnout and work you're doing. I just don't have time to be as involved as I'd like. I am not here claiming to represent anyone. I happen to work for a volunteer group that's been supporting, perhaps empowering, neighbors who might be living near construction sites. I've been doing this since about 1997. The last time I attended a hearing in this building was when I was one of the grateful members of the consultation team when the mature neighborhood overlay was brought into force. And I was so grateful for the true meaningful engagement that occurred at that time because it gave us something wonderful that did protect our city. In more recent years, though, what I found was that the phone calls from neighboring residents were taking a very distinct tone. They were afraid. They were confused. Many of them had differing abilities, whether it were mobility or social skills or comfort levels, varying types of communication styles, language barriers, and the whatnot. So many of these people might not even know a sign had gone up on their street. They might look out from the neighboring property and, being a wheelchair user, never venture down their front sidewalk when the snow covered the way. Some might not understand what it meant for them. I think it's fair to say that a lot of us here in the room are quite conversant with the safety code and occupational health and standards and the many ways that these two fine and necessary regulatory materials protect people, protect property. But I don't think it's reasonable to assume that the average citizen outside of these corridors and chambers would have the same wherewithal and knowledge. We don't spend much time as a society teaching people about construction site safety and how to protect yourself. I myself recommended years ago that if we could spend a few dollars and create an information campaign that was akin to call before you dig, I think my loose premise at the time was fence before you demo. Now, I question many of the numbers that are being presented in council. They don't match my comprehensive, complex, detailed spreadsheets of the past 5 to 7 years. I visit thousands of infill sites personally every year. I talk to thousands of neighbors and passerbys on the street. When developers, owners, tradesmen, or vendors ask why I'm taking a picture or why I'm sitting on the hood of my truck eating an ice cream cone for an hour or two, I simply explain that I'm here to assist the neighbors who are feeling endangered, who are attempting to reach out to 311 and feeling unheard or deflected. I have the capacity to help these people, and although my focus used to be people with mobility or age restrictions, I found too that I was serving the broader community, the young families, the rental tenants, the people that might never receive a notification that a demo was coming nearby. So it was only at 7 a.m. when their crockery began falling out of their cupboards that the basement suite tenant next door even knew a demo was coming. No signage was up, no fence was erected, no visits were paid. And this isn't dating back the 5-7 years that I've been intensely scrutinizing this. This is just a couple of years ago. Now, I'm not watching what's happening on the screen. I simply just threw up some photographs that people may or may not wish to play back at some point at leisure. And I elected to choose these photographs from a very distinctive window of time. The years since it has been publicly noted by this committee, by code officers, by the Safety Code Council, by the Public Safety Building Administrator, that there is a duty of care that Edmonton citizens have every right to expect. I don't understand why here we are 5 to 7 years later and we are still trying to argue whether there's regulation that exists. I grow increasingly frustrated when I watch news reports on CTV and I hear deflective language.
Thank you. Sorry, that's your time. I appreciate the presentation. Next, we'll go to Jan Hartstaff.
Thank you. Good morning. RIWG Residential Infill Working Group advocates for positive infill outcomes to achieve the city plan's vision to increase density. Our goal is to ensure infill construction complies with the building code and limits the probability the public will be exposed to unacceptable risk of injury due to hazards and for adjacent buildings or facilities to be exposed to unacceptable risk of structural damage. Unacceptable risk is the risk that remains after compliance. Slide. 2 slides down, sorry. Okay, so this is a slide showing unacceptable risk in 2019 excavation failure in Park Allen, and this is how I got involved. Next slide, please. This is unacceptable risk resulting in a Westmount excavation failure last month, impacting a mature and new infill home. Next slide, please. So who's in charge? This is the regulatory framework. The public is at the top. They are to be protected by the regulations that the Safety Codes Council has set up, and there's a building code that's set up by the National Research Building Council. The City of Edmonton is an accredited municipality by the province to administer the Safety Codes Act and all parts of the building code through their quality management plan. Next slide, please. The Quality Management Plan is a contract with the province to administer the Safety Codes Act and Building Code, and it states, Safety Codes officers have the right to work in an atmosphere free of undue influence and hold the discretionary authority to perform their duties as outlined in the Act. They are to be provided the ability and opportunity to independently make decisions relative to compliance monitoring without undue influence of management, appointed or elected officials, or any other party. This includes authority to engage in enforcement action, conduct investigations, and require professional engagement, and then re-inspect issues of non-compliance. Next slide, please. At the January 24th stakeholder workshop, a city staff member stated, "What do we have the resources to do? We can't have Safety Codes officers prioritizing things in their own mind. They can't be out there on their own as they see fit. We need to guide them. We need to prioritize." This was followed by the building administrator, who stated, "It is an offense to interfere with the Safety Codes officers. If they are being prevented or impeded to do their work, there is support." An industry stakeholder asked, "Are safety codes limited to infill properties, or do they go outside the property line to adjacent properties?" A city staff person responded, "If it does stretch across the property line, our permits are written within the property lines. The work must be contained within those lines. Impacts outside the lines are often referred to OHS, who protects workers, but not adjacent buildings from damage." Next slide, please. The building code is an objective-based and risk-based model. It is intended to protect the safety of the public and adjacent buildings during all phases of construction. These objectives include OS 5. This is about public safety, to limit the probability that as a result of construction or demolition, the public adjacent to construction or demolition sites will be exposed to unacceptable risk of injury due to hazards. OP4 states, it's about protection of adjacent buildings from structural damage to limit the probability that they will be damaged. The building code protects the public during demolition from exposure to hazardous substances, water in excavations, entry to infill sites, people being delayed from getting out of their place during an emergency, excavations that damage to buildings from settlement of the medium or from excavation failure, among other causes. Next slide, please. The January 2021 motion was to explore tools and approaches on how to ensure accountability related to private and private to public issues during construction. Who is accountable, and how is the building code a tool to prevent these issues in the first place? Well, it's the owner who is responsible to ensure construction activities comply with the objectives and requirements of the building code. The builder is responsible to safeguard the public and protect adjacent properties. The owner is responsible to ensure work does not damage adjacent properties, and the owner is responsible to repair the damage if it occurs. Next slide, please. So who is responsible to apply and enforce the law? It's the city. The city is responsible to administer the building code and the Safety Codes Act according to their quality management plan. Next slide, please. So this is about risk. The infill roadmap was an 8-year process. It was designed by the planning department to advance infill. And so economic risk was mitigated for builders, and the city's risk that infill might not get built was mitigated so we could increase density. What has not been mitigated, or what is not being completely mitigated, is the risk of injury to the public. the risk of hazards to safety, the risk of damage to adjacent buildings. And so this is what we want to achieve. I'll be happy to answer any questions about that. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Zublot.
Good morning. Yeah, so we know that damages and safety hazards for the neighbors of demolitions and excavations remain a problem. So the Residential Infill Working Group is hoping that you will pass today a motion asking the Safety Codes Branch to take steps to reduce demolition and excavation safety hazards and damages by A, requiring geotechnical investigations plus an engineered excavation or shoring as needed. So we're asking for professional engineer involvement. B, we're asking that there be more proactive monitoring of demolition sites and excavation sites when there is no professional engineer involvement. C, we support the Safety Codes Branch continuing to expand the use of enforcement tools. And we hope you ask them to report back on the progress to City Council by the second quarter of 2025, if not earlier. We also request that you ensure that the Safety Codes Compliance Team has a sufficient number of Safety Codes officers and has access to specialized legal counsel. So let me elaborate on these requests. The highest priority and above all else is to require professional engineers' geotechnical investigation, plus their engineered design of the excavation and shoring if needed. And this should be applied to Part 9 buildings. These are the buildings of 3 stories or less and not exceeding 600 square meters. So Ottawa requires professional engineer involvement where a foundation wall is located less than 3 meters to a property line. They recognize that damage to the adjacent property is inevitable when the excavation is close to the property line without engineered shoring where it's needed. The Ontario Building Code, like the Alberta edition, notes that excavation shall be undertaken in a manner to prevent damage to adjacent property. Damage was happening on occasion in Ottawa. Thus, Ottawa decided to require all excavations in close proximity to the property line to have professional engineer involvement. Having this professional designed excavations for all infill in Edmonton, big and small, would be a huge plus for neighbors of construction, city compliance teams, and the building industry, because it would create a positive experience for all. Something has to be done, and after working at this for many years now, we've come to believe that professional engineer involvement is key. Please consider the Ottawa model. I think you've all received their advisory. Secondly, we strongly encourage more proactive inspections of demolitions and, as I said, of excavation sites while they're in progress. Inspections could be done in person on a random basis, or alternatively, require a remote video inspection. While it's very positive that sites with demolition permits are now being inspected after the demolition is over to ensure the site is safely graded and no hazardous materials remain, the greatest hazards are during the demolition, with damaging vibrations and airborne particulate matter. The city should not be relying on complaints from neighbors who most likely are not trained to know the regulations or best practices. And the same could be done for excavation sites if professional engineers are not involved. So lastly, we hope that this city continue to increase enforcement of the building code. We're delighted that Safety Codes Compliance Team is planning to expand their enforcement tools. That's really positive. In the past, they have relied on stop work orders, which doesn't really remedy the problem if the builder and owner are not cooperative. It is great that the building code staff are developing a system to track owners and applicants exhibiting serious non-compliance behaviors with a view to giving fines and refusal of further permits. Now, that is going to take specialized legal support. The City of Calgary has that specialized legal counsel for the safety codes officers, and they routinely take building code offenders to court. Perhaps that is something we should be doing too.
Great. I'm going to have to stop you there, but appreciate the presentation.
Okay, I've got one more item, but I can
Thank you. I think one of my colleagues may be able to ask you a question that would allow you to finish that. So we'll go now to our final speaker, Kathy Monson, joining us online.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak. My name is Kathy Munson, and I live in a mature neighborhood. I'd like to talk today on my concern with demolitions. All of the pictures I am showing were located in the city of Edmonton. Next slide, please. In my experience, as several demolitions have occurred on my block, is that there is signage, but it does not show the date the demolition would occur. I have seen people with children standing on the sidewalk, watching the demolition. I'm fairly certain they had no idea of the contaminants in the airborne debris. Next slide, please. This property had asbestos inside the house and on the stucco on the outside. The removal of the inside asbestos was that black bags were filled inside the house, dragged through the asbestos dust that the removal created, and then tossed into a dumpster. When the dumpster was over full, they then tossed the bags onto the front lawn. As they tossed the bags, you could see the cloud of airborne debris. The garage never had any of the asbestos stucco removed. Next slide, please. I have never seen water used to control the airborne dust. Next slide, please. Here is a good example of a neighbor not being aware of the contaminants. There was no protective fencing around the demolition either. Next slide. When neighbors are notified of a demolition, it should also say the anticipated date of the demolition. Phoning 911 does not work, as you are told that a bylaw officer will be out in 3 business days, which is too late. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. So I'll turn now to my committee and council colleagues for any questions they may have of our speakers. I also just want to acknowledge that we've been joined by Councillor Jans and Councillor Wright online as well. So I'll go first to committee members. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, thank you so much for everyone for joining us. I just want to start with Brandon Shui, right? You were going to share your experiences with 311 and lodging a complaint through 311. Can you elaborate on that? Did it work for you? What were some of the barriers? And
well, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I didn't have a challenge in calling 311. I think that the reality is that it's not the first step in a reasonable person's mind, right?
Okay.
You're going to look to have interaction with the builder, with the responsible party, look to come to some sort of a resolution, and after that fails or you don't see the action that's been agreed to, then the only option available is to call 311.
Yeah.
At which point, when I did call, I had to wait on hold for quite some time because there were in fact 3 different departments that had reference numbers that were required. There was a forestry element, there was a safety codes element, and there was something else. So, I mean, that wasn't particularly efficient, but there's just a lag time. You make a complaint, someone has to come out, inspect, it gets put into a ticket, fine, you know, and then eventually some action is undertaken, but none of that quickly resolves the problem for the affected party, not the responsible party, right?
Yeah. And you did not see any proactive monitoring of the site from any of our city bylaws or safety code folks?
Well, no, I did speak to the safety codes officer who did inspect, and his comment was there is no inspection
It's all
during a demolition
complaint-based.
or excavation unless there is a complaint.
Okay,
So
got
I think that your stats are skewed about, how many problems there might be, because probably had this builder addressed the concern promptly,
Yeah.
I wouldn't have made a complaint, because it
Yeah.
didn't serve me any purpose, and that was predictable.
So the data that's presented to us, we'll ask that to administration, is based on the complaints, not proactive.
Well, I mean, you could probably find out
Yeah.
by, doing a random sampling of some proactive inspection and see whether or not that actually comports with the numbers that have been reported, but.
You also mentioned about the reduction in setbacks, right? From certain amount to, I can't remember, I don't have access to your presentation now, but did that cause to the issue?
I assume so. I mean, the bigger the hole you dig, the closer to the property line, the higher the likelihood is that my property would be impacted, right? So had there been an additional 80 centimeters of space, maybe it still would have slumped, but it might not have taken my fence into the hole with it, and it might not have taken all of the, compaction underneath the sidewalk with it. Who knows?
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, obviously, if you're cutting a hole,
Right to the-
within inches of a property line, the likelihood of damage increases.
Yeah, okay. No, thank you for sharing those images, because they speak volumes about some of the challenges that neighbors face. And we need to make sure that we are, seeking solutions to and mitigating the impact on neighbors. I have a couple of questions. Maybe I'll start with Nicholas Rubottom, Infill Development in Edmonton Association. What I saw is that there are more independent, small builders and developers in the city, and that's good because we want to spur economic growth. How do you encourage people to join your organization so you can share some of the best practices and engage with them to be following some of the guidelines?
Sure, thanks for your question. We have a number of ways in which we try to encourage new member onboarding. We've been quite thankful in the past where we've actually had a lot of people reach out to us through word of mouth. So a lot of our members are actively promoting the organization and the way that it's helped them. The main ways in which we would onboard new members would be through our events. So we have a lot of public-facing events. A lot of them are based on educational initiatives too. We find that advocacy and educational programming is a great way for people or builders and developers to see the value in our organization. One thing tied specifically to the infill certification program is it's part of our pitch to the organization every single time. If I ever have a developer or a builder or an adjacent consultant that joins the organization and wants to know or is interested in joining the organization, we always bring up the infill certification program.
Yeah.
And I would say that at least 50% of the people that do join our organization end up actively pursuing that particular program.
Got it.
So especially this year, we've already had 15 people take that course.
Good. Thank you. I'm out of time. Thanks.
Thanks, Mayor Sohi. Next, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Thank you all for the presentations today. Only a few questions. I'll go to Ms. Zubot first, I think. I just want to go back to your comments about what Ottawa is requiring with respect to engineering involvement. So I think what I understood you to say was that if there's going to be an excavation within 3 meters of a property line, that requires a professional engineer's involvement to sign off on the excavation and the approach to that excavation. Do I have that right?
Yes, that is my understanding.
So it's not all excavations, it's just where the limit of the excavation is within 3 meters of the property line.
That's right, for small buildings. Of course, for large buildings, it is always required, but for the small buildings?
It's required by code because of
By
the size of
code,
the building.
that's right.
But this is a layering on that the City of Ottawa has done.
That's right.
Okay. Is there a depth requirement to that, do you know, or is it simply a proximity?
I think if I remember correctly, it was 1.2 meters if it's deeper than 1.2 meters.
Deeper than 1.2 meters and
In the excavation.
3 meters or closer?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Okay. I appreciate that. Where do I want to go next with this? I guess I'll go to Ms. Hardstaff. You talked a little bit about risk. And we've, maybe expand on this a little bit. I think I heard you say that we've taken steps, or steps have been taken to mitigate the risk to the builder. I'm assuming that's financial risk.
Yes. I shared this, I think, with you, and I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I actually have some FOIP records, and this record is from February the 12th, 2020, and it's a workshop with IDEA, Garden Suite, CHBAR, and they're workshops with all of the recommendations that what became RIWG made back in April of 2019, and a few others that were added. And as I read these recommendations, I mean, they're suggesting that, for example, shoring is too expensive. It would cost $150,000 to shore an 18-foot excavation. Well, we're not talking about 18-foot excavations, and it doesn't cost $150,000. I actually called around and got some estimates for shoring. It's nowhere near that. So by and large, you know, each one of these recommendations, I went through them, and, you know, one of them was review the merits of a field risk assessment. This would be of neighboring properties to identify if there's potential risk. And then the answer was, well, as long as we adhere to the fencing rules, everything's going to be fine. And, you know, it's kind of about the scope. Ensure municipal building and safety codes officers inspect and enforce the building code. The answer to that, what was captured here, is risk-averse culture leads to more resources, drawings, etc. What this tells me is that there's more attention being paid to reduce project scope, time, cost, and scope. And what happens is that you reduce quality and you reduce safety. So what I'm concerned about here—
I've got another question, so
Okay, but the real thing here is, how do we address the risk to the public and the risk to the neighbor and communities?
The sense I get is that you're suggesting there's a risk transfer taking place.
Exactly.
And that leads to my next question. It was, I believe, Ms. Nickel that spoke to a duty of care. And first of all, I want to ask you, you had a number of photos there of sites you visited. Do you have a number of the discrete sites that you visited and a timeline that were contained in those photos? That were problematic, I guess I would say, because we have this I've got questions for administration around the number of complaints and some confusing language about how many are around a site, how many are safety code, that kind of a thing. My information is anecdotal. Their information is presumably data-driven. Do you have a number?
And my apologies, would you go back to the first few words you said? Precisely which element were you hoping I might be able to describe there?
Well, my first question is, how many sites did you visit that you saw problems at?
Oh, goodness gracious. I remember dating back in 2017 that upwards of 80% of the sites I visited had enough significant non-compliance to require me, or make me decide to report.
Right. So how many sites is that? How many locations? Is it 2? Is it 12? Is it 102?
Well, in those days, and even now, I actually go online, and for years I received the updated weekly building permit report. So I visited every single site in Edmonton that was in a mature neighborhood. So you could simply go back to 17, 18, 19, and if there was a demo permit, I'd been by.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks very much. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you. I just, first of all, want to I don't think anybody's given a chance to Ms. Nickel to finish. You had one last point that you didn't get to.
No,
sorry.
No, I defer. I believe it was you that had one last point.
Yeah, sorry, what is your name? Oh, that's
I'm Beverly.
Oh, Beverly, sure. Yeah, if you had the one last point that you didn't get to.
Oh, yes. The one last point was that the city's also looking into using administrative penalties. So that would mean that you wouldn't have to go to court to administer a fine. And so they are looking into that, because that is a power that the the quality management plan administrator of the city would have that, could have that power. Now, I think you have to request that power, and I think they're looking into that. And so you can ask, the administrators here how far they've gotten in that.
Yeah, that's great. And then I guess one thing that I've also been struck by is, this tension within the city plan, both from an environmental but a historic preservation perspective. And I know we're talking about infill accountability, but one of the things that keeps, a lot of the pictures we've seen are still, I think about your house there, it's still a new build, right? But what about historically significant properties that are adjacent to a build? Any work that you know of in another city that there any kind of parameters are setting around that?
In 2019, we had somebody speak to Urban Planning Committee. He lives in Riverdale. He has a brick foundation, and he had an engineer's report. And the engineer's report was that excavation could not be done without shoring within 3 meters or 10 feet of the property line. And what was happening is that people were buying the property next door to redevelop the property. And then when he would go to them and give them the engineer's report, they would basically withdraw their application for permits and then sell the property again. And this happened like 2 or 3 times because there was no way of capturing that engineer's report that he had in the permitting process somehow, so that the developer didn't buy the land and get all the way down the permitting road and then run into a roadblock. So, but yes, I mean, there are a significant amount of mature homes that have brick foundations or older homes, and they would be at more at risk. But I guess the main thing that we're saying today is that we're seeing actually more new infill homes being impacted by excavation failures, and it's just because, it's not just previously disturbed soil, it's previously disturbed soil twice, and oftentimes it's not compacted to engineered specifications. So the next infill you build, it's particularly if they excavate a vertical excavation right to the property line, which is quite common, it just causes failure. And when you have, things like sidewalks and gas lines and fences, that's quite problematic. So, the idea that this is just impacting old homes is just not true. And
yeah, that was definitely not what I was asking.
Yeah.
Just more around if we need to take it further in consideration of old homes near.
And this is why perhaps Ottawa. I mean, we didn't contact Ottawa. We just found this yesterday, very late. But there could be that it's impacting more heritage homes. I don't really know what the root of the the source of their data is, but I just think that, we are not against infill. We'd like to see infill happen. We just want to make sure that it happens in an orderly and safe and compliant manner.
Yeah, no, this has been...
because we've been doing this for a long time, and it's just not, education's not enough. Education is not going to be enough.
I 100% agree.
Yeah.
And this is, this is something that I've been looking into. There's just so, it's so interesting. This is like, I asked administration for some of the reports that went back, and, there's reports going back from directions and motions from council from 2013, yet here we are still today in the same situation. So I'm just trying, I think that one of the angles that we haven't looked at that I really appreciate the speakers bringing forward is around this risk transference and what is the acceptable level of risk. And so I think I'll commit to digging into more with that with administration.
Just one other thing is just empowering your staff, making sure there's adequate staff, and empowering the safety codes officers to be able to do their job.
Great, thank you. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you everyone for coming out and sharing your perspective and lived experience. I'll start with Jane, just to I guess to follow up on that earlier thread of questioning. When you go out to the sites, are they kind of random sampling of sites, or is it based on request that people come to you?
It's a mixture of things. I have people that still have my phone number on their fridge from back in 1998, and so often it was word of mouth. once you've successfully helped somebody navigate a difficult situation,
see,
people
yeah.
keep your number. I do have the list of permits. As a non-funded volunteer organization, we don't have the ability. So, for example, I would routinely be spending $200 or $300 a month in gas alone.
So I guess what I'm asking is then, so a lot of the sites that you do visit are kind of encompassed within that, 318 complaints issued from infill sites.
Based on the most recent VoIP records on my name, they might have all been mine.
Oh, okay.
Right, I
okay.
believe I'm considered the highest active caller on infill complaints.
Great, thank you. Coming back to Beverly, you've obviously done a lot of digging into what other cities are doing. Do you also have similar numbers in terms of their violation rates?
No, I don't, but that I plan to follow up with Ottawa to see. I read some of their technical reports. That's what I was doing last night, trying to figure out why did Ottawa do take this, what people may see as a major step to protect the neighbors. Why did they do it? And so I really was looking at, what are their soil, what's their soil like, et cetera. And they have clay soil. It's mainly clay. And then some areas that used to be lakes, it's a lot of peat, so you get a lot of loose material on top, and that's exactly like Park Allen. So when it rains, it's a serious condition, a high risk in Ottawa if it rains.
Yeah, and just to follow up on that, I plan on asking administration some of this as well, but, in case you ever do find out, I'll be interested to know once, initiatives went in, kind of a before and after impact on some of these violations. Jan, do you want to?
Just on that point, and Brenda mentioned it as well, we have climate change. Things are changing. And the City of Calgary put together with Build and the province of Alberta, they put together a really good tool. I heard that administration is redoing the residential construction best practices guide, but the City of Calgary has already got an excellent guide. Edmonton could adopt it easily by just inserting your own municipal bylaws. It's basically phase by phase, so it starts with just getting the site ready and demolition, etc. But it includes links, direct links to the law. And it also includes a thing about climate and about weather conditions, so site-specific conditions, wind or heavy rain and all of these different things. And I think that would be a great tool. It would be a great tool for IDEA to use to teach in their class, because I did talk to Nicholas and they don't teach the law. But I think it's really important for the public, builders, and neighbors and everyone to know what's expected. This would help.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Nicholas, if you're still there, I guess thoughts on that. Are you aware of the work that the City of Calgary is doing? Have you kind of looked into that, and then brought it up in conversation with administration, et cetera?
We're aware of the work that the City of Calgary does. We do try to keep tabs with other municipalities. There's lots of ways in which we do that. We have a lot of connections also with BC region too. They've reached out to us a lot to share information. In terms of working with administration to implement something the City of Calgary is specifically doing in terms of a program like this, to my knowledge, we've never done that. Mariah may have done something in the past with the board, but to my knowledge, we haven't done that. In terms of teaching about laws, so to speak, I'm not really sure what was meant by that comment. I was never asked anything about specific laws. I did talk.
Yeah, I'm running out of time, but perhaps there's something there certainly to follow up on.
Yeah.
I may come back, but thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Jantz.
Thank you for this, and thank you for everyone for coming out and speaking this morning. I guess I first of all would maybe to guest hard staff. I'm interested in a service package for more inspection and enforcement staff in the city. I've heard anecdotally that it's a lot harder to get people on evening and weekends And sometimes, we have people working late to get a project done, or working through a Saturday. Is this your experience as well?
Well, we have had a few conversations. I had an anecdotal conversation with the safety codes officer a few weeks ago. I think one of the questions council might want to ask of administration is how many compliance staff do you have? And what are your projected changes in staffing in the coming year? Because it's my understanding a few of the members are retiring. We also called Calgary. We talked to Calgary about their staffing. They have more staff. I think, too, it's just, are the staff empowered to do their jobs? And is the compliance team actually a team that people really want to work on? I think most of the compliance, so that I don't know if is that answering your question? I'm not sure.
No, that's helpful. Yeah, and if I can ask guest Zubat, you asked about Calgary taking actors to court. Could you elaborate on that?
I'm sorry, could you repeat the question?
I believe you touched on the city of Calgary taking actors to court. Could you elaborate on that?
Oh, yes. Calgary quite routinely takes offenders to court. They do have a specialized legal counsel there that helps them gather, to make sure that they have the evidence that they need and make sure they spend the time getting the evidence. And they take it to court fairly routinely. That's a long process, but they feel it's worth it because it deters further infractions. Once they go to court, they seldom see them again in court.
Interesting. If I can go to guest Brendan Shui, sorry, could you help me with your name? Shiwi, sorry. I was interested in your point about, you have to go all the way to King's Court, and in my mind, that could be conservatively $100,000 endeavor for either the city or the builder, or even if costs are assigned. It's an enormous amount of money. And one idea I've heard floated is some sort of, for lack of a better term, I'm going to call it an infill damage deposit. That if you want to do a project, you have to put down a certain amount, significant enough, but that would be there as somebody can make first claim on it. Because I think fixing some of these problems, doing the fencing or something is a heck of a lot cheaper in the front end, and the more we can keep things out of the courts, the better. I believe I guess I'd be interested in your take on that.
Well, to be clear, I didn't say that I was taking this individual to Court of King's Bench, but I could see it going there if there was substantial additional damage. I think the concern is that as a homeowner and resident of the city, there's very little mechanism for kind of recuperation of costs or any of the stress associated with all of these damages that I've incurred. Sure, there can be orders issued by the city, but at the end of the day, whether repairs are completed in a timely manner and in an appropriate quality or not, I'm the one who's left with trying to address all of this. And if it's not satisfactory, I don't think the city is going to weigh in on whether or not a fence is straight. That's then going to be a private matter between me and the owner and the builder. And I don't have any additional resources to fight that battle. I'm here on 2 hours of vacation time to present to you guys today. There's very little in terms of what I can access for resources to try and address this if it's not satisfactory, which I assume in my circumstance it's probably not going to be. But none of the enforcement actions that are being discussed or additional inspectors or whatnot are going to solve that problem.
Totally, yeah. And the courts are super backlogged. You couldn't even have your case seen probably for a couple of years. So it's something I want to ask administration about how we can enhance more restorative practices.
Well, so that's the liability, the risk transference that was discussed, right? I own now all of those outcomes personally. No one else.
Yeah. Thanks very much. We'll go for a second round with Councillor Tang starting us off. Oh, sure. Mayor Sohi.
Thank you. Just have a couple of questions. Again, I'll follow with Brandon on the. You also mentioned that the stop work order was issued, but nothing happened even after that. And the potential damage your property, right? Your property still remained at risk.
Yeah, thank you. So there was a tool available to the statutory decision maker, the safety codes officer, who inspected, and he determined that it was appropriate to issue a stop work order, and subsequently required an engineering report to be completed before work could be undertaken to properly shore the excavation. Mm-hmm. All of that takes time. There's a lead time associated with that, and there is no, to my knowledge, expectation of that happening in a day or 2 weeks. So, you know, from the point at which the stop work order was issued, nothing happened on that site. Had there been substantial additional rain, there could have been additional slumpage, and nobody is responsible for that other than to remediate eventually to hopefully something similar to the original standard. But as we saw, if that erosion continued, the possibility of substantial additional damage beyond just a fence or a sidewalk exists and is real. You know, I'm living with the stress of, is my gas line going to blow up?
Right. And for you, the mechanism to recover that damage is courts. And if you know, I don't think we should put you in that position. I think there got to be mitigation efforts to protect you and the public on that. I absolutely hear that point. But I just want to understand, at this time, your recourse is only the courts.
Well, or potentially the builders and construction insurance, I suppose. It could be a discussion between insurance companies. But again, that's a watch that end up in the courts really quickly as well, right? I just see every path leading toward litigation, and I don't want to play in that game. No. I don't have time for that.
No, you don't, and you should not be put in that position.
Right. I'm not a lawyer, right?
Yeah. So and I actually do have a question around the insurance requirements, whether they actually cover the damages to surrounding properties or not, right? And you know, thank you so much for joining us. Really appreciate that, hearing your personal story. And I'm sorry that you have to go through this, right? And we need to make sure that we are mitigating that, the tilting of the risk, right? I think it needs to tilt back towards the public interest, right? You know, how do you protect the public interest, right? What I'm hearing from, maybe I think you want to elaborate on that, on the risk transfer. Maybe it tilted more. The risk is more to the public now, right? Not to the builders. Yeah. Go ahead. Yeah.
If I may, just to provide some more information that we got yesterday, we contacted APEGA and we talked about, you know, when is shoring required, and we learned that shoring is not required for buildings under 4 stories, but maybe it should be. He did though do a search of Safety Codes Council records, and he sent me a redacted record which I could provide to council later. I didn't bring extra copies, but it is about a successful suspension of a permit. And so the suspension of the permit is based on the condition that the builder address the damage to the neighbor's property. And in this case, it was a single-family detached permit and a permit to build a garden suite. So it was suspended, and then there's conditions. You know, because I heard on the radio the other day that it takes 5 years to get to see a judge through civil court. Yeah. That's a huge amount of time. I've talked to a neighbor of an excavation failure in Strathern. It was $40,000 to retain a lawyer, $600 an hour. They were already $60,000 in. So, you know, this just has to, like, if the city wants there to be acceptance of infill and people buy in, then they need to know, they need to trust that they're going to be protected. Yeah. And I think what needs to happen, because infill's a new thing, it's relatively new. Now cities all over North America are starting to densify. I've heard that in Australia, this is just anecdotal, I didn't check this out, but that there were 5 excavation deaths in a year with workers, and so they now require shoring with every excavation. I just think this is something that the city needs to look at. And, you know, I talked to a person that does shoring. They put in it's called ShoreTech. They have a system where they can put in the shoring with a crane, and then they can take the shoring out. It takes a day to put it in, a day to take it out. It's still a relatively new technology, so it's a little bit more expensive, but he said if there was a standard and there was uptake, it would come down in cost. So there are solutions.
Thank you. I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you. Jane, you want to add to that?
There were 3 spectacular questions that may not have been completely answered. In terms of the shortcoming that the citizens experience in reaching out for help, what's important to know is that the construction work hours, let's use the sample of 7 to 9, Monday to Saturday, 9 to 7 on Sundays and holidays, you know, that's roughly 94 hours of the week. Our building safety code officers, in general, protect our city and are available for high-level answers 45 of those hours. When you talk about things like surety, I would certainly encourage administration or committee to look to areas like Saskatoon, which are already doing sureties on their public-owned trees and having great success. And it's an extraordinary amount that's placed as a surety, and that city has done wonderfully.
So I'm just mindful of time, my time, actually, and I have a few other questions, but I just want to give you a chance to jump in, so appreciate that feedback. You know, I think it was either Jan or, you know, Beverly, you had mentioned that, you know, education alone isn't enough, but I imagine enforcement alone isn't either, and that's why you very constructively offer a few other mechanisms. I guess my question, I'll go to Nicholas first. You know, I appreciate that you have a lot of certification program. Doesn't sound the uptake is as high. And then there's a lot of education materials being developed. I mean, I imagine you evaluate, but you also don't represent all the infill developers, right?
No.
And
No, that's correct. We can only, we're not an enforcement agency, right?
That's right.
We can't enforce how
that's on
infill
our end.
developers and builders. Yeah, exactly. But what we can do is we can try to educate as much as possible. Not all of our education is behind membership either. The infill certification program can be accessed by builders and developers that aren't members of IDEA. And we also defer to other groups to help facilitate that education process too. So of the 5 modules that are offered in the infill certification program, 2 are offered by the city and 1 is focused specifically on building.
Yeah, and with Dawn, if you're still online, similarly, you know, not all the home builders in the city are part of your association. You can develop like the best materials, but they're at the end of the day suggestions, and people may or may not. Or I guess also, do you kind of track whether or not people kind of follow through on some of the things that you recommend?
Again, the CHB is not an enforcement agency, so
I get you're not enforcing, neither of you are, but
yeah.
I mean, internally,
we
you can do
like
evaluation, you can talk to your members, you can perhaps bring some of the stories you've heard today and be like, what's going on, right?
Absolutely. I think, you know, we have a mature neighborhood working group once a month, and we have probably in that group about 5 or 6, you know, good quality builders that we discuss initiatives and discuss strategy each and every month. But again, it's you know, I think the numbers that we're looking at here are, you know, we're really focusing here today on almost like best practices going forward, and not talking about like the actual numbers of issues that we're having. Yeah, these are all great ideas, and I'll sit here and I can say that on behalf of the association. Yeah, we could shore every house, but the problem is our direction is the city plan, and it's the people that want to live in infill and they're excited about living in infill. It's just going to simply become unaffordable. You know, we talk about the buck stopping with the builders. Essentially, it really doesn't, because everything gets passed to the consumer, and that's to me is the biggest challenge. Where, you know, we're trying to help as well. We created the infill toolkit, which I think is a wonderful tool. You know, the other gentleman on the call here talking about his experience. Yeah, I feel for him. We had another one in Westmount just recently with a member, an IDEA member as well as a CHBA member. You know, he had to get in front of the news and face the music with the rain. It's unfortunate. It's tough. Like, and You know, all of these best practices are good, but they have to be affordable and they have to be, you know, at our fingertips, you know, and essentially long and short, if people can't afford to build houses, we won't be building them.
But at the same time, if you're creating chaos or for the neighbors, it'll be making it harder for the general public to accept it too, right? Anyways, I'm out of time. Thank you.
Thanks, Karen.
Thanks. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. So, Mr. Shiwi, so here we are. You got a damaged fence. You don't know if it's going to get fixed. There's a stop work order on the property next door, so it's continuing to cave in, which means all the soil under your sidewalk is falling into your new neighbor's hole. You got a gas line under there. You don't know if it's fully supported. And you got what looks like a 2-year-old sidewalk that had to cost you a few $1,000s to put down on the ground. So now you get to pull that sidewalk up, see if your gas line is intact, put the soil back to make sure it's intact, and then put the sidewalk back, maybe repair your fence. At the very least, that's where you start, right? And you say to yourself, well, why am I doing all of this? I didn't start the process of this cave-in. I just built a brand new house. It's not like it's 100 years old and falling apart. You want a remedy. You saw it starting. You asked the contractor to take action. Radio silence. You phoned the city. City tried through its 348 department response through 311 several days later. So now what do? You sue. But in the meantime, you can't wait the many years that's going to take for that to play through the courts. You can't wait for somebody to compel a contractor that might just turn around and go bankrupt anyway. Blood from a rock. It's your problem now. Is this how you're feeling?
That was very articulate, Councillor Cartmel.
Well, I've investigated a few of these things through my own practice, so.
Yes, that was beautiful. And I guess I would also just add to, you know, the comment from Mr. Tolsma about the additional costs. I'm sorry, I reject that as a big concern.
I've got some questions for him in a sec, so yeah.
Well, no, I mean, I just built $1 million home. If it was going to be another $25,000 to comply with the, city's agreements or requirements, that would have been built into what I asked the bank for.
Now
Sorry, now what? Exactly. Yeah, infills need to be affordable. We're talking about a pretty nice community. I reject that. The costs, associated with being responsible are just the costs.
So maybe to Mr. Tolsma, what's the cost to drive 24 poles into the ground and put some planks up for shoring?
Well, that cost can be, it can fluctuate, Mr. Cardinal.
Order of magnitude, Mr. Tolsma.
Yeah, well, I would say it would range from anywhere between, let's say, $5,000 to $20,000.
Okay, let's say $20,000. So I'm building $1 million skinny, and now it's going to be an extra $20,000 to shore the holes to protect my neighbor. What's my mortgage payment going to go up a month? $6?
Well, I don't have the math in front of me, but I mean that's up to each individual. I mean, each individual consumer has their own debt ratio and their own, what they can afford. There's many variables to it. I mean, it's just not just one or two. And again, it's not just shoring either. I think we have to remember that as well.
So here's I'm going to say to Mr. Tolsma, to Mr. Rubottom, I've been sitting in this chair for not quite 6 years now, and this has been a constant frustration for me. And I've suggested that we have some sort of trade association so instead of us talking about a motion that says establish a fund, instead of us talking about a motion that says make it mandatory to shore, instead of us taking a belt and suspenders approach to prevent any possibility of this ever happening to people like our guest here, that the trades get together, that the industry get together and do this for themselves so that we don't have to layer on a bunch of red tape.
Can I jump in there, Tim, just real
Sure,
quick?
yeah, fire away.
Like we created the infill toolkit. Had he been our neighbor, this would not be an issue. We build into our budget that if his fence needs to be replaced, his fence needs to be replaced. And we can't enforce to all of our members, but we can advise to our members to utilize this tool, which would alleviate his position completely 100%.
Right, I'm out of time, thank you.
Thank you. I'm not seeing any other questions of our speakers. I certainly appreciate the presentations. They've led to a lot of questions that I look to ask of administration, and just want to thank you all again for taking the time for being here, both in person and online. Thank you. Next, we'll go back to administration for questions, and I'll ask my colleagues to sign up. Councillor Cartmel?
Okay, well, first of all, I want to dig in a little bit to the complaint question, numbers of complaints and that kind of thing. So I'm looking at the graph. I'm not sure you have this on a slide, but it's page 1 of attachment 1. So the verbiage goes like this. There's been a total of 1,352 construction site-related complaints, 735 in infill, but really only 318 sites. So then we show a chart that says 1,352 on the left and 318 on the right. So by my math, we've got 617 complaints about sites that aren't infill sites. How many of those do we have multiple complaints about the same site?
That, I actually don't have that data.
Right.
In terms of
So I'm going to stop you right there. Okay. You don't have that data. Now, I'm being really nitpicky about this particular slide, and I don't mean to be personally critical. But the picture you show implies that we have 1,300 complaints about construction, but only 300 about infill. And of those, a mere handful are safety code in data points. So this graph should either be 1,352 and 735, or it should be 318 and some net number of the number of sites to be an informative graph. Now, it's not about the graph. Here's the problem. What is the data we are using to inform this question? Because the way we presented this graph and this first bit of data about complaints leads me to question the information that we're being provided. And then we get the tyranny of the anecdote when people come to committee and say, this information does not reflect my experience.
Very fair comments, Councillor. One of the reasons that it's presented this way is to absolutely not understate the problem. So for us it would be very intensive to go through and figure out, a lot of times we get complaints without an address. We even have to guess sometimes as to which property we're investigating. But what we absolutely wanted to err on the side of caution was to never understate how many complaints were received. So that's why it was presented this way. We frankly don't have the resources to create that data, and of course they're based on complaints. And they come from a lot of angles. They come through One City, they come from emails from councillors, they come directly to me sometimes on my cell phone. Okay. So they're not tracked effectively. It's one of the reasons we asked everyone to call 311, because without calling 311, we don't have a complete data set of complaints, and we try and do our best to answer every one of them as quickly as possible, so some of them don't get logged in the one system that we rely on to pull the data from. I acknowledge that it's not the best presentation of the data, but it's absolutely not understated, and that was the point.
So that answers my next question, actually. These are not just 311 complaints. They're complaints from all sources aggregated into the pool. Okay.
That we're aware of, yes.
The complaints you've received. we can't hold you responsible for complaints you didn't receive.
Sure,
So, yeah. Okay, so I've got another technical example here. When the excavation of a new foundation is significantly lower and close to an existing foundation, and even if every other thing is done right, the existing foundation can be compromised. Do we talk about that when we talk about demolition or excavation or foundation permits?
So maybe I'll start the question, and then I'd like to ask our chief technical advisor to dig into that a little more deeply, if you'd allow it. The building code doesn't prescribe specific means by which we protect things. We don't, to my knowledge, have any instances of residential construction fundamentally damaging the foundation of another building. We haven't had them shift. We haven't had them be damaged in a particular way. The code is clear on what a building is. That includes structures, including fences. But when we talk about damages to buildings, and in the case of the gentleman who presented his case, we're monitoring that property as we speak. If we were to see an instance where the house was starting to be in danger, or getting in and out of the house was starting to be in danger, we could use public funds to fill the hole. But the idea that we want to get to is that the builder does that so that we don't have to use public funds to do that.
So here's the thing. You're not aware of any instances, but I can go back in my files and I can give you 50. And they don't end up necessarily at your desk. Where they end up is, you know, my foundation is falling apart, my house is cracking significantly. My first call is to my insurance company. And then as a retained engineer by the insurance company, we contact the city, and the answer is, well, that's a civil matter. We don't get involved. We don't even receive the complaint. It's actually in your report.
And as far as the building code, that is correct. Actually, the damages between the properties is not part of the building.
But is it a tick mark on your complaint sheet? I'll come back.
Thank you.
Yes.
Okay, that's helpful. Councillor Tang.
Yeah, thank you. I think the speaker, Brendan, also talked about proactive enforcement. And with reports like this that goes far back as 2013 or even longer, have we not looked at this issue of proactive enforcement?
Councillor Tang, I'll maybe start and pass it to the team as it relates to the safety code inspections, but we do have a development permit inspection team that goes proactively out to construction sites that are looking for alignment to the development permit conditions. And through that, if there are issues that are noticed, there is some collaboration between the teams, because that's related to the development permit, but there's safety code officers as well as our municipal enforcement officers that are all out addressing complaints or on inspections. So that's the area where we do proactive complaints, and I'll maybe pass to Rob if there's more on the safety code side.
Absolutely, when resources allow, we do proactive inspections. However, when we triage the safety risk of things that are happening, most excavations are safe and they're safely done. Most of the time things go wrong, they're minor. And I don't mean to minimize at all what happened to the speaker earlier, but that as of right now is not a safety concern. And safety codes enforces safety rules. So in terms of going out to inspect every single excavation as it's happening now, because conditions change. If it starts raining, things change. We would need a tremendous increase in resources. And frankly, we would need to staff them virtually 24/7. I'm not aware of a jurisdiction that does that. And again, the data doesn't show the need currently to do that. As soon as we get and people are watching infill very closely. This is one of the things that we know. As soon as we get a complaint, we go out and investigate it right away. And in the case of the one that was presented today, we investigated it right away. And we issued a stop work order immediately. And we also ordered them to obtain permits. And here's a detail about that one that didn't come up. That property did not have a building permit. That builder did not have a permit to dig the hole. So we stopped them immediately. They didn't have access to any of our educational materials. They didn't fill out the plan form, and they dug a hole. So we did what we can, which is we stopped them immediately and told them that they had to get an engineering report, They had to get permits, and we will also include in there that they must fix the neighboring property. So the system worked in that case. It's really unfortunate, and it's really unfortunate that builder decided to go ahead, but they did, and we responded to it immediately and used the powers that we can to make it right for the neighbor.
You leveraged the mechanisms that was available to the team.
Thoroughly, as to the extent of the law, and immediately.
Except that it got quite far in the process before those things were triggered to be.
The hole got dug.
Right.
So we wouldn't have known the hole was getting dug anyway because they didn't have a permit.
Oh my gosh.
And so much of this happens, demolitions without a permit. They're not going to phone us and tell us they're about to demolish a house without a permit. So we can't proactively police those.
Speaking of other jurisdictions, I guess thoughts on some of the examples that came up in Ottawa and Calgary. I also imagine in the last many reports that's been done around infill development, lots have been looked at in terms of jurisdictional scan. What are some of the tools that's working well in other cities that are seeing significant, improved compliance, that we haven't really given a thought.
We consider everything all the time, and we're in constant touch with our large municipal partners, especially Calgary. Calgary and us learn from each other all the time. Soil types are very local, as are building conditions, as are builder conditions. Mm-hmm. One of the interesting things that Mayor Sohi mentioned, and he's right, we have a lot more builders in Edmonton than we do in Calgary because there's low barrier to entry. It creates competition, and it's one of the reasons houses are more affordable in our city. One of the challenges is educating those new builders to make, or occasional builders, you might not be new, you might only do 1 or 2 a year, or not any for a few years, that it's easier to do that in a place with smaller groups of buildings. Ottawa is a unique example, and that information only came to me just this morning, the same as it did everyone else. Now, Ontario is a different kind of animal when it comes to regulation. We generally wouldn't encourage, we can put any permit condition we want on a building permit, and our regulator would look at it and see if it's reasonable. So if shoring is a reasonable condition of a permit, which it is for any deep hole or any larger building, that would be supported. Now, on the other hand, if it was an unreasonable permit condition, we could be scrutinized by our regulatory body, the Safety Codes Council and Alberta Municipal Affairs, say that's not reasonable for a shallow hole for every single building. What it does say is you need to take precautions to limit damage to neighboring properties, but not eliminate. The code is very clear and the act is very clear. It's to reduce the chance of damage, not eliminate.
Thank you. I'm out of time.
Thanks very much. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I was just going to listen, but I want to pick up on a question or from your response. So I think you kind of actually hit on the root of the matter. So with that scenario that you were talking about where the person, the builder dug a hole without the permit, is there any financial, do they get financial consequences, and what are those? Could you speak to those? What kind of penalties do we currently have in our toolbox?
There's a range. In this case, we will most certainly charge. We have an automatic doubling of fees if you start work without a permit. It's in our policy.
So what are those fees?
I'd have to, if someone comes from the team could shoot that to me, what the fees would be on that project. It would be helpful.
Because what I'm hearing is we hear from Canadian Home Builders Association that, maybe there's a few bad apples, but overall, we want to be good. But then, there's kind of this, what I'm hearing is kind of, if this is a pervasive issue where people are demoing and building holes without getting the permit, then there's kind of a culture of do it first and ask for forgiveness after. So the question that comes to my mind is, from an accountability perspective, are these fines disincentive enough? And that's where I'm coming from.
Right. Further, we are looking in actually to, there's some challenges, but we may be looking into being able to write tickets as our safety codes officers, having MGA empowerments. And that's part of what came from the engagement sessions actually, and we're working on that as we speak. The other part of this is, let's say that builder doesn't fill the hole in and goes bankrupt and doesn't do anything. We can actually do the work for them, and we will, and it goes on the tax roll of the owner of the property. So this was June 26th. This one just happened a few weeks ago. Let's say that builder walks and doesn't do anything. We'll actually make it safe for them using our contractors, and we will put that bill on the tax roll, and we won't hesitate to do that either. So they'll end up paying to fix the problem one way or the other, to make it safe.
But will they? Because the other thing I've heard, and again, this is not my area of expertise in any way, so I'm genuinely asking these questions, as I'm sure many of the public would have these same questions, is that, you get a numbered company, it goes bankrupt, then it just reopens as a different numbered company.
We actually have, and I would look to Leela to answer this, the individuals, the directors, the owners, the financial interests can also be held accountable. And I did get an answer to your question about $3,500 for that permit. So that's going to double the 7,000 in this case. But Leela, did you want to talk about the whole responsibility?
Sure. Leela Ramaswamy with Legal Services. So there's a range of mechanisms of enforcement, and that includes prosecution. So with prosecution, you not only can prosecute the corporation, which is usually what the builder has formed the company under to build, but the directors behind the corporation, construction manager on site. It's usually general practice to lay in information with all parties that people are aware of. There's ticketing mechanisms. There's an ability to ticket the corporation.
So, but I guess just like, if there's all these mechanisms, are they swift and enforceful, or like actually deterrence? Is I think the heart of the question I'm getting at. And I'll give an example of like the unsightly properties, because that happens a lot, and we know, because if somebody has garbage in their yard, then we have to give a notice, and then we have to wait a certain amount of time, and then we have to give another note. Like, do you know what I mean? And so, like, I'm trying to get a sense with infill of, like, what, yes, things might be happening, but what the public sees, and what I think some, not all, again, a small portion, if we're talking about even 6%, that's still 6%, you know, are knowing these things and still acting in this way. Do we need stronger tools, or is there any mechanisms in which we can strengthen those, I guess, penalties for bad actors to disincentivize that behavior from the start?
Councillor, Keith Scott is available from Community Standards, because mess and noise and dust is not safe. That's not my jurisdiction.
Yeah.
And Keith would be able to answer. It is.
But that's the other piece, right?
Is
like and the speaker spoke, and I'm almost out of time, but the speaker spoke to that about how even when they called 311, you know, they had to get 3 separate tickets made. For is there something we need to be doing as a city to have one touch point for these kind of issues? Like, anyway, I'm going to leave it at that and listen to my other colleagues, but this is where my mind is going right now.
To just follow up at the end, the Safety Codes Act is not swift justice.
Yes, fair.
It's appealable, right? So if we give a Safety Codes order to stop working, that site is going to sit for weeks to months.
But the fines
for
are,
weeks to
do we have the ability to set the fines amounts?
No.
Okay.
Well, it has to be commiserate with the damages done. So a fence, it says in the Act up to $100,000, a fence would not cover the legal costs.
Fair,
right?
fair. Okay, thank you.
Thanks very much. I have a few questions too. Really appreciate the work that was done. I thought it was an excellent report. And again, I have some history, having been around the city since 2012 and seeing a lot of the preliminary work that was done when we really started to see higher infill. And I am wildly impressed in terms of where we are now. And so, statistically, I think we really are seeing huge gains in compliance and a lack of safety concerns. Is that fair?
I wouldn't be able to speak to gains.
Or like
the current state is pretty good.
It's pretty
It's
good.
not perfect, and we're looking to continue to improve it.
Yeah. Well, and into that, so I think what we're really saying is that experiences like we heard about today are really not typical, but that doesn't detract from the fact that those specific experiences are true, and they do have those huge impacts on the homeowner. So I was really pleased to hear. So one of the questions I had is if we are able, I know in other instances, enforcement action, we can do the remedial work ourselves and charge it back to the tax roll. Just want to clarify that we can do that even if it's not safety related. So again, if a fence is damaged, that might not necessarily be safety. Could you speak to that a bit further?
If it's not safety codes related, I would ask Keith Scott to chime in. I know he's available online to talk about the possibilities there under the MGA. Would be where that, or do you want to take it, Leela?
Yeah.
Leela can take that.
I can answer that one. If there's offenses that relate to any of our city bylaws, so a typical one is a messy property. If something would fall under those categories where we can issue tickets for, then there's an ability to issue an order pursuant to the Municipal Government Act and then to take remedial action to remedy that.
And so I guess I'm just thinking in this specific case, it was construction work, which may have been the result of an unsafe excavation, led to this fence falling in. Would that fall within our purview of doing remedial action and charging back?
Yeah, because possibly a fence falling in could be considered a nuisance in terms of the appearance of the property. So the normal procedure would be to issue an order, and then I think they typically give 21 days to remedy it. And if that's not done, then they serve notice that they're going to go and remedy the issue, which is usually cleaning it up.
Great, great, and doing those repairs if needed. So do we currently have the resources to act swiftly within those 21 days? I know I've seen that on some, some sites that I'm aware of where that notice was given, the 21 days were up, and we were sort of in there the next day being able to clean up. Do we have those resources for those timelines, or are we still a bit stretched in that area?
I would say we have reasonable resources based on the volume of events that get to that state. And as Leila knows, working on compliance files with enough courtroom involvement and getting injunctions even to stop safety codes orders, it can be 3 months, it can be a year even, in fact. So we are reasonably resourced. It wasn't inaccurate to say we have fewer safety codes officers than Calgary, but we run under a bit of a different model. They don't use contractors for a lot of the work, and we do. Right. And our entire team is a compliance team, not just the compliance unit itself. The whole team helps the compliance team do their work. Yeah. But reasonably, if faster is better, then the answer would be different.
Great. Well, I was also really excited to hear about administration exploring their powers to refuse permits for bad actors. In particular, like I think from your earlier answer, you're suggesting that it's not just a numbered company, it can be the individuals that could be prevented from applying in the future, that we'd have the ability to refuse in the future?
The Act is clear that we have the ability to refuse and revoke. Now what we want to make sure we do is be fair. So we need to have a very clear framework to do that without running out and just to sort of testing the waters, so to speak, to make sure that we don't penalize, because accidents happen. And if something unfortunate happens and a builder remedies it as quickly as possible, that's the best outcome. Absolutely. But we absolutely clarified that this year with Safety Codes Council during our audit. And we're pursuing that, and it will be active by the end of the year.
Great. And I was going to, on that, I was going to ask, like, is egregious a legal bar, or can we define through our policy guidelines in terms of what we consider egregious?
It probably is helpful to look at case law to see if there have been definitions of egregious, especially with other safety codes legislation in other provinces and how it's interpreted. But it's also important to look at what is considered egregious within this context. That's definitely part of a valid way of looking at the issue as well.
Excellent. Well, I'm really excited to hear that. I think you're hearing a strong appetite for us to use our clout where we have it. And again, really impressed with the work that you're doing to remedy that. Thank you. I'll turn now to Councillor Jans, please.
Sorry, my questions have been answered. I'll defer to the committee.
Thanks, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, thank you. And just joining, so I apologize if this has been asked, but I just needed to clarify in reference to sort of when things are deemed a civil matter. That's something that I typically hear as just a significant concern. How, do we have any, I'll say, more proactive approaches or tools that we can put in place if things do go down the civil matter route? I'm just trying to understand what that line is between when it becomes civil and when it's still able to be dealt with.
In terms of the civil remedy, because it's a builder that's caused the action, this would be considered what's called private to private. So the homeowner's remedy is against the builder that's caused the issue. I can perhaps let Rob or Kim jump in, but I know builders are required to have insurance. So that's a typical and actually a recommended approach that is suggested to homeowners that are affected negatively by this type of issue.
Right, and builders are licensed provincially, but I believe, Leila, correct me if I'm wrong, but it wouldn't preclude, if there's private to private, it wouldn't stop a safety codes order or MGA pursuit of justice in that way as well. So they could both be happening at the same time.
Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, that's helpful. So they can happen concurrently. Okay, great. And then just on the ability for us to essentially step in and take action at the owner's expense, it sounds similar to the community property safety team model, where we're sort of having an escalating model of enforcement with that bill being sent to the owner. I guess I know with that model there's opportunity for it to be I don't know if it's fully self-funding, but is there some financial benefit to having that type of model as well?
It's a fair comparison, although the CPST is dedicated to one distinct problem and one code violation, whereas the buildings is open to a great number of rules. And it would be difficult to do something. The beauty of the CPST is its simplicity. The building code and the act enforcing it are not simple. So in a way, we already have that in the safety code system, where we do it, not as our first course of action, of course, but we are already able to do that. The CPST really was mirroring what's already happening in development services and the use of the act in Edmonton. Does that answer your question, Councillor?
Yeah, that's very helpful. Thank you so much for that. So I've had my other questions answered by colleagues, but I just want to thank you for your commitment to continual improvement and any additional steps we can take. Absolutely. Thanks.
Thanks, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. So I just want to finish off that thought. You had suggested that you hadn't had any complaints around structural damage resulting from an excavation next door. And I have received those things. So, so my question to you is, so I have a concern around the information that you have collected and that you have at your fingertips. Did you want to elaborate further on that? You don't hear about those things if they go right to the courts, I suppose.
No, we don't have a mechanism by which the courts would inform us of a private-to-private matter. No, we don't have a mechanism for that.
I have a question too then, and then I've got a motion I'm going to put on the floor. So just as a heads up to the clerk and my colleagues. Further along in the process, we dig a hole, put a footing down, put a concrete wall on top of that. And if that wall is relatively close to the edge of that excavation, is there not an OH&S requirement that that excavation need be shored because it becomes what I'm going to call a confined workspace? That's the wrong word, but it is a space that needs to be protected. Does that not then presume that shoring would have to go in at that point?
Correct, Councillor, and I wouldn't want to speculate on someone else's jurisdiction. I'm not an expert in shoring or I know the rule. It's 5 feet.
5 feet.
Or is it 4 feet? Someone will chime in and let me know. I don't
4 feet of depth or 4 feet of width?
Depth. But
Yeah.
that's not the right one. I'm sure someone will tell me right away.
Yeah.
But you're right. That is an OH&S rule. OH&S does do proactive and reactive inspections in Edmonton. And the province in general. So safety codes officers don't enforce that rule. OH&S does. It's possible that you would dig it deep and then pour the foundation and then not be in compliance with an OH&S rule. That's absolutely possible.
And we don't check that, OH&S does.
If we see it, we tell OH&S and they come out and enforce the rule, and they give stop work orders. They just recently, we actually made a phone call and they came out and stopped one right away. And I think one of our guests made us aware of it. So
and if we see it, we say something, but we don't proactively inspect.
Well, we inspect footing and foundations, or if we happen to drive by and see one, we absolutely would inform OH&S, as OH&S would inform us if there was they thought there might be a safety codes lack of compliance on the site.
Okay. Okay, shall I put my motion up? Okay, so I'll, to the clerk, the motion that's in the chat, there may be a third or another point added here in a minute, but if you can go up to my comment there with the 3-point motion, and that'll introduce it once you've got it up.
Sorry, which chat did you put it in?
Oh, I thought you were privy to this group chat. I was told you were. So I'll read it in then. Well, it's in like several different pieces. So it reads as follows: that administration return a report to committee on the following. 1, the impacts of prescribed involvement of professional engineers for excavations within 3 meters of a property line and more than 1.2 meters deep, including cost and scheduling implications and the number of infill developments that would be impacted. 2, the impacts of prescribing mandatory shoring for excavations within 3 meters of a property line and more than 1.2 meters deep, including cost and scheduling implications and the number of infill developments that would be impacted. And 3, the process required to establish a fund to repair damage to properties arising from adjacent infill developments and potential funding approaches, including a potential bond program or increased fees. So I know that our industry partners listening in are not going to like any of these things at all. I get that. I do not want to add regulation. I do not want to add red tape. One of the beauties of involving professional engineers is that professional engineers are self-governing. If an engineer falls astray of the code, approves something that ought not be approved, well, then the engineers will take care of that themselves. This is what I meant by way of, although it's an imperfect comparison, the idea of a trade association that would police any and all of these developments, any of all of these contractors, appreciating that the one case we had today was a rogue person that's not participating in the permitting process at all. Understanding that. Can't avoid that. I don't know that any one of these things is a particularly good idea. I am struck by the notion, however, though, that Part 9 of the Building Code allows just about anybody to build a building if they follow the recipe that is in that part of the code. You follow those rules, your building will not fall down. And those are the prescriptive rules. If we layered on a regulation or a requirement, a relatively simple one that said, if you're too close to the property line and you're digging a deep hole, you have to shore that hole in every instance. And that eliminates, as much as we can, the situation that we heard about today. Yes, it layers on a cost to all infills that might be in that situation, but quite frankly, I can't think of a circumstance where that's not of some added benefit. But what this motion says is go and do the research, go and do the work, find out what the additive cost is. Is it $5,000 or $20,000 for a development? What does it cost in terms of scheduling? Does it remove the need for proactive inspection because the shoring is always going to be there? Because we have generally good actors that are going to generally follow the rules. And if we add this rule, then we eliminate even the rogue situations. So I'll leave it there. Happy to take any questions. And again, just to be clear, I'm not sure that any of these things are the right remedy, but I think we need to find a way that even if there's not very many of these cases, we do not leave a homeowner with the burden that we've heard about today. And I have seen it, although the data presented doesn't show it, I've seen it in too many circumstances where people are holding up their hands and wondering how in the world they're going to hire the right lawyer and set of experts to prove their case that they're, whether it's a $300,000 1955 bungalow or $1 million home, how they're going to protect their own investment from the person that just moved in next door and may not seem to care about where what their property is worth. So I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Tang?
Yes, great, thank you. Are you looking, I guess to the mover, are you looking at a standard 13-week timeline?
Yeah, I didn't put a timeline.
Or are you thinking of something maybe aligned with some of the other work that's happening?
Yeah, there was some reference to
Maybe zoning bylaw.
Q2 2024, and was it the rezoning bylaw that was being chatted about? I'm fine with that. Yeah.
Q2 2024?
I think that's what was suggested, and I'm fine with that.
I guess what does administration think?
Yeah.
We can work with that, thank you.
And I guess also to the mover first, are you envisioning this work to be done within the current resources?
Yes.
Okay. I mean, does that sound reasonable?
Sorry, Councillor Tang, can you ask again?
So do you currently have the capacity to do this report?
We can accommodate this work within the timeframe suggested here, yeah. I would just flag maybe Councillor Cartmel, I recognize the motion is reflective of infill development. I assume this would apply across the city from a construction perspective.
Maybe we can just wait to go back to Councillor Cartmel. It's Councillor Tang's turn right now.
Apologies.
Oh,
Yeah, no worries. That's a good question. Maybe I'll ask the mover that.
Well, for me, I know this is kind of highly technical. It lives for me in the Part 9 world, in the small housing and small building part of the code. Because when we get to Part 4 of the code, we have mandatory inclusion of professional engineers, and that typically leads to a higher rigor around excavation, demolition, and those kinds of things. So I don't know if it can be refined in that way, Ms. Petrin, to talk about residential, maybe just residential developments to.
I think that works. Yeah, the building code applies across the city, so I wouldn't sort of wouldn't be specific to infill.
Okay, thank you.
Fair enough. Yep.
I have a couple of, not exactly related to this motion, but I just have a few other outstanding questions regardless. I was wondering about the infill compliance team. Remind me, what's the FTE there?
So from a compliance perspective, we have a number of groups across the corporation within development services, but also within community standards. So I don't know the exact number, but it really depends on the type of the complaint. And I think, as Rob was stating earlier, his entire team is somewhat compliance related in terms of the work that they do, but I'll let him add to that.
We've got 8 FTEs. Now, one important thing to remember is they are tax levy, whereas most of SCPI is funded by our business planning model, so permit fees.
Gotcha.
That's the one element of our business that is tax levy. Total of 10 FTEs and about 8 active officers. Keith Scott's got 2 peace officers dedicated to that work.
Right, and because earlier you had said that if we wanted to kind of really up our game in the proactive enforcement, then we also need to increase the resource. And so I'm kind of taking that to mean like personnel and officers and everything that you're kind of talking about right here.
Correct. The team would need to grow significantly to do a great deal to do an effective amount of proactive work.
Right.
Yeah.
And then I was also wondering, so when there's a sign that says, you know, there's something happening, is the infill compliance team, is there a contact person there? Because I'm just wondering, how do you streamline some of, you know, you call 311 and there's multiple streams. Would it be easier just to have a direct line to the compliance team as sort of the central channel that can then help navigate rather than the citizen trying to navigate? Or is that what currently happening?
So I think on the development permit sign, it's the builder contact on there, and then 311 is noted. The reason why we channel through 311 is to ensure that it's directed appropriately, because sometimes it's a safety code issue, sometimes it might be an unsightly property, or it might be a development issue. So I guess triage it.
Yeah, I guess I'm just thinking more from like a customer experience perspective, rather than the customer trying to navigate that. How can the city do a better job helping the customer navigate some of that? And it sounds like 311 does the initial triage, but then there's still a lot of navigation for the resident to do.
We're constantly working with 311. In fact, we share a floor now, which is awesome, to get the scripts better so that we can get people to the right authority at the right time. Now, I will say too, though, that council endorsed the centralization of the problem properties initiative for this reason last year. So it would, obviously that's not something that could be housed in any one, it is housed in community standards, but that came with a service package. It's possible and it's effective for problem properties. And I mean, in a way, construction sites are problem properties. They're just not done yet. But that is a solution that we could look into that would require resources, but could be a possibility. Okay. We think that our 311 constant improvement is working, and the app will be a big deal because you'll be able to go to construction site specifically on the app, and that we'll have to get that built, and you can take pictures, and it would make it a lot more streamlined to allow us to triage them.
Fair enough. Thank you. Sorry.
It's all right. Councillor Rutherford.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I guess to the mover, I'm contemplating a fourth point on this. You know, I like that you have the first two that talk about, you know, come back and let us know the scope and scale of impacts from resources. And from the answer that Councillor Tang just received, I think it would be fair to say impacts of improving or streamlining 311, something along the line. Would that be considered something you'd be open to?
Sure, yeah, some element of one point of contact for infill development complaints is fine by me.
I don't know if anybody else on the committee would find, if I need to do an amendment, or can we just make that friendly?
Oh, you know, I think there'd be unanimous consent for that addition.
Okay, so I'll just send the wording over to the city clerk to add. The fourth point. Is that okay? That's all my questions for right now, then I'll get that sent to you.
Great, thank you for that. So I had a few quick questions. So maybe back to that initial one in terms of it applying citywide. So I'm just wondering what the impact would be on greenfield development, which I think is typically excavating within 3 meters of a property line when you've got subdivision in place.
Well, I think we find out the impact. I think that's what the motion says, in effect, right? So my concern is infill. My concern is protecting the property next door, and particularly the property that might be several decades old.
Yeah. So I wonder if there's a way, maybe just turning to administration, like can we look, because I recognize what you're saying, that if we have a standard for building code, it applies citywide. Could we look at something that is, within 3 meters of a property line with an existing structure?
The building code is agnostic to building location for a reason. The second house built in a row in Greenfield is as dangerous a situation as the one in the city. Noting the age of the foundation can make it more susceptible to vibration, of course. But we would not recommend differentiating infill from Greenfield when making rules designed for safety.
Okay. That's very helpful. I really.
So it's as dangerous
Yeah.
in Greenfield as it is in infill.
Yeah, I really appreciate that. Thank you for that clarity. So we can anticipate, the answer to the first question, the first two questions, it would be a lot of development permits. Okay. And then just in terms of the other point around, a fund to repair damage, my recollection is that this has been previously explored. So just wondering if there's some context in terms of what findings have been found in the past.
There have been previous reports. I recognize it was before this council, so happy to share that information. But essentially, letters of credit or performance bonds, do have some complexities and challenges with them. It still requires legal action by one neighbor to another and to obtain funds to repair damage. And it's been administration's recommendation in the past that because of the associated liability becoming involved in these private-to-private disputes, that the city not pursue that. So we, through this motion, we would look and consider that again, and perhaps we should reflect some level of engagement, stakeholder engagement through this work as well. But yeah, we do have some previous reports on the topic.
Yeah, and just to that point, just wanting to understand the impact on your work in terms of what this report may prevent you from doing in the next 6 months or so, given the turnaround time.
Can you clarify, Councillor?
Just, your teams have limited capacity. Is the amount of work that this report will require, will that take away from some of the other initiatives that you've outlined in this current report that you want to advance?
Yes.
Okay.
We also have a new edition of the building code coming into force in the spring of 2024, which puts tremendous strain on the safety codes employees.
Okay. Something that I don't feel I have a strong handle on is the role of insurance companies in this. That's something that's come up, and again, it seems like that is a buffer that prevents people from having to go directly to court. Like if they're claiming through their insurance companies, do we have a bit more information around that, or?
Yeah, I can just provide some very preliminary information, but typically the property owner or the insurance company for the property owner would contact the builder's insurance, and builders are required to have insurance as they're required to be licensed, so that's part of the licensing requirement. And then I know there might be an issue about deductibles as well. Unfortunately, that's kind of the basic information I can give you for what I know, and I'm happy to provide you with further information through a memo or whatever you like on that.
Yeah, you know what, a memo outlining that would be really great, because I think right now we seem to always talk about this, either the city's taking responsibility or it's all on the homeowner, and it seems like insurance is maybe somewhere in the middle there that I would be interested in learning more about.
As a follow-up, Councillor, a surety bond, from our understanding of the legal ramifications, does not preclude court. You would still need to go to court to decide where that money was going to go.
Okay, well, I really appreciate those responses, and I will go now to Councillor Knack. just to speak to it. Thank you. Councillor Jansen, do you have any questions? Councillor Jans? Are we having, yeah. Are we having any connectivity problems? That we know of? Okay. Well, we will carry on then. So I'm actually not seeing any further questions. Just want to do a final check. So with that, we will move on to speaking if members of committee want to sign up. Councillor Rutherford.
Yeah, I just want to thank Councillor Cartmel for putting this motion on the floor. You know, I've been doing a lot of back and forth as an office with administration, and I get that point 3 has been explored extensively in the past. I think it's worth a relook, absolutely. And I think that while some of these other things may come with resource requirements, I think we have to have that conversation because, especially with, you know, changing the regulatory process through the zoning bylaw renewal, this is more important than ever to make sure that we are having that accountability. So I fully support this motion and the conversation that will come back related to it in 2024.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Okay, Councillor Tang.
Yeah, maybe I'll just be very brief about it. You know, I think this speaks to some of that risk transfer that was mentioned by the speakers. I understand that, you know, from the outset it may appear to be adding, for the industry, maybe adding additional requirements. But at the end of the day, you know, if it is a few bad apples we're talking about, then, you know, then if we can address those things in the bud earlier in the process, I think it's a worthwhile. I think it's worthwhile considering that we have much bigger goals to strive for. And, you know, I really, regardless of how big or small some of the infractions are, at the end of the day, it's people's quality of life. And I don't want it to be chalked off as an unfortunate incident. So thank you for the mover and the efforts that went behind this.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Yeah, I really appreciate the discussion today and really appreciate the speakers who came and shared. It's always, I can't imagine anything more stressful than having damage to your property that's beyond your control and not for any fault of your own. I think that this is, you know, one of the challenges of transforming our city, and it's, I think, despite the really excellent progress that I think has been made, I think that inevitably some instances are always going to happen from, as we've seen today, very bad actors who are just working outside any regulatory system. And what I have been impressed by today is recognizing that even in those most extreme cases, we have a very responsive reaction to that, and that we have tools and we have mechanisms that we are continuing to improve, continuing to strengthen. And that is the work that I want our administration to focus on. That's the work that I want to see continue to develop and grow. And I worry about the work required for this report taking away from that. Normally, I'm very, very open to at least exploring additional information, but in this case, this isn't a motion that I feel I can support right now. Although I may go so far as to split the vote. Number 4 seems great to me. I love the idea of streamlining some of that process in terms of creating an easier interface for communities. So happy to split that at the appropriate time. I'll go now to Councillor Knack for his comments.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. So yeah, I'm supportive of this motion and you know, appreciating that concern around timing. I think, as we heard today, point 3. There's been some work done on that already, so I don't think there needs to be a ton of additional new work on that. That can be more of a return of some of the previous conversations we've had. Similarly, point 4 is good, and I'll come to points 1 and 2 right away. Just generally, I think, I think back to 2015 when we started a lot of this work, and truly I feel, and some might disagree, but what I've seen based off people actually contacting the office and through these annual updates is things have gotten better. They're not perfect, to be very clear, and that's why I'm supportive of this motion, and I'll speak to 1 and 2 right away. But I have seen the overall number of complaints drop through me. That's including when I'm out knocking on doors beside people who are living next to construction. Again, doesn't mean that there's been perfection, but I've seen that the changes that have been made over the years, from the introduction of the infill compliance team to putting in certain rules and regulations to hold folks to a higher standard, have started to have an impact. And while I think we still need better data from the city side, what I can say from what my experiences have been actually engaging with folks over the last 8 years since we've been making changes is that things have made a difference. Some of these changes have made a difference. Why I think it's important to support this for points 1 and 2 is that the biggest issue still, and I mean, Ms. Hardstaff, Ms. Zubat brought it up, and is the excavation piece, which we've looked at a few different options for numerous reasons over the course of years. There's been hesitancy to take that step, but those are the issues that have that largest impact to individuals, as we heard through one of the speakers today. But I have a few folks that I've been dealing with where in the last little bit even where this is happening, and there is that feeling of being a bit helpless because the city really doesn't get involved. And most folks don't have the knowledge, nor would I, to properly navigate that complex process for what can be the most significant of the impacts. So while I think a lot of the changes that we've made have been really positive, it hasn't. This is the one area that I think we might need to go a bit further. And so, like Councillor Cartmel, I'm not sure these are perfect motions, but we should look at these specific conversations. We do know some other cities are doing this based off the presentations today. But I think we need to potentially go a step further to help those who are dealing with those really severe impacts. And at the same time, this is a challenged industry that's, what else can we do to tackle the excavation side, because that is the one that makes such an impact. So I would encourage folks to support this. I think there's been a lot of positive change, but we need to keep evolving this. And so I think this is a very reasonable ask. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Cartmel to close.
Thank you. So first of all, I want to say that I don't see this as a hugely resource-intensive set of things to do. I think that we're going to draw largely upon our developer and builder partners to understand the implications of these things from a cost and schedule perspective. I think there's a lot that we can draw upon there, and I think there is work that we've done previously that examines, establishing funds and those kinds of things. So I don't think that this is a big drag on resources to the point where we're not going to be able to do some of the other things that we're hoping to do. I'm actually more concerned about the drag on the work that comes with the new code. That hadn't occurred to me, so that's probably a bigger thing to contemplate. And I also want to say that I'm not sure that any of these are the proper remedies. So to those again from the industry that are listening along that are saying, look, it's getting better, why add on this? I understand that. Although it's not been spoken here today, that some might see this as a drag on the pace of infill development. But I can tell you this, if there is, and I'm drawing upon my own experience of having been in those situations where somebody has phoned their insurance company and said, my house is falling apart, help. And the first thing the insurance company does is they phone someone like me when I was still practicing to say, why is the house falling apart? And then you see the giant hole next door and you see, well, the house isn't falling apart, it's actually falling into the hole. Or even though everything has been done right, the hole next door is so much deeper than the existing building that physics dictates that the foundation is beginning to fail because a hole was dug next to it and was dug next to it without taking the proper precautions, not the regulatory precautions that say you're this far from the property line or you've filled in the right form. but the checks and balances that come with someone who knows the code, a professional engineer that can say, even though you're following most of the rules, there are implications to what you are doing. So the first point says, just have an engineer in every hole. Well, that could be expensive, that could be timely. I want to hear what the impacts are, and I want to hear how many developments that would impact. It might not be the right remedy, but I can tell you that if it was the remedy, then we will have virtually no instances of houses falling into the hole next door. Maybe it is simply saying, you know what, we're going to require shoring along these lines no matter what. It might not always be required, the soil might not always slump into the hole, but there's one way to make sure, put in the shoring. And this idea that it's $150,000 to shore the long wall of a house next to a problem, that's nonsense. It might be a few dollars. What does that mean really? What is the impact really? What is the cost really? What is the schedule impact really? So maybe that's the right remedy, maybe it isn't. The remedy I would like is, and it's an imperfect example, and it's an imperfect comparison, but like I said, if we had an engineer in every hole, then we're not going to have these foundation failures. Why? Because if that engineer makes a mistake, then the engineering association is going to make sure that that engineer is no longer providing their expertise. If we had a trade association that made sure that we didn't have bad actors, if we had a trade association that could say that except for that person that buys a property and digs their own hole, if you're a member of this trade association, then we will take care of the rest. Sure, we have one that educates, that informs, for those that are willing to get educated and informed. Taking that one step further that says, if you're a member of this trade association, that offers to everyone involved assurance that this is going to be done right, that risk is not going to be transferred from the builder to the existing owner, that everybody is protected and everyone is going to get along in the realm at the end of the project. That would be great. But we haven't been able to get there by way of a trade association that we can put our trust in, that will do this work for us. So now we have to contemplate regulation. Is it 5% of the instances? Maybe. But when these things happen, they are monumental. They are monumental. They will bankrupt families. They cause an interruption that is almost impossible for people to dig their way out of. No pun intended. So let's see what these things are. Maybe they're not maybe we shouldn't contemplate them. Maybe they don't work. Maybe they're not the right things to do. But maybe they are, and I think we should check into them. I encourage you to support this. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Cartmel. So we're going to vote in two sections. So the first will be the first three items, the first 3 points. And I will ask us to vote first on 1, 2, and 3 of the motion. I voted incorrectly.
Councillor Cartmel,
Oh, I thought I'd voted. I'm a yes.
we have all the votes.
Please display the vote. That's carried. Now on item 4, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you. We are now on recess, and we'll be back here at 1:30 for item 7.1, National Urban Park Initiative. So look forward to seeing you all then. Thank you.
We'll be starting the meeting at 1:30, and when it's your time to speak, we'll call on you.
Thank you.
We are live from River Valley Room.
All right, good afternoon. Welcome back to our Urban Planning Committee meeting. I'll start with a quick roll call of committee members. Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford, Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Mayor Sohi,
Good afternoon.
and Councillor Cartmell.
Good afternoon.
Thank you. And we have some other colleagues joining us. Sorry, Councillor Cartmell, I think you may need to mute your, there we go, thank you. We're also joined by Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Wright. Councillor Knack.
Good afternoon.
And Councillor Paquette.
Good afternoon.
Welcome. So we previously moved to hear from a number of speakers on this item. We are on item 7.1, the National Urban Park Initiative. We've had a new speaker added, so I'll just put forward a motion that we hear from Evelyn Skaken, who'll be joining us remotely. So if there aren't any questions from my colleagues, I'll ask that we vote on adding that additional speaker.
Yes.
Yes.
I got it.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Thank you very much. Well, we'll start off with a presentation from administration. Over to you.
Great, thanks. Good afternoon, committee and council members. Administration is pleased to provide the committee with an update on the pre-feasibility phase of the National Urban Park Initiative. We will provide committee with an overview of what we've learned about the National Urban Parks Program and what it might mean for our city. We're honored to work alongside our project partners on this initiative, Parks Canada, the Métis Nation of Alberta, and the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations, as well as the Government of Alberta, who participates in an observer role. With me today from City Administration are Kent Snyder, Branch Manager of Planning and Environmental Services, Nishka Katowska, Senior Planner in Urban Growth and Open Space Strategy. We've also got joining us to answer questions Jamie Miller, Director of Indigenous Relations Office, and Julia Bressi, Manager of National Urban Parks with Parks Canada. I'd also like to welcome Theo Peters, Director of Consultation for the Métis Nation of Alberta. Theo will share a bit more about the MNA's experience as part of the National Urban Park Committee, along with some insights gained through the preliminary community engagement. Our presentation today will highlight the outcomes of the first phase of the project, the pre-feasibility phase. We will provide an overview of the Federal National Urban Park Program, outcomes of discussions with Parks Canada and other partners to date, and administration's recommendations for next step in this initiative. The North Saskatchewan River Valley is widely regarded as the defining feature of Edmonton's geography. It is a vital ecological corridor, a valued recreation destination, a place of incredible cultural significance, and a draw for visitors. This river and the lands that run alongside it support healthy water, land, air, supporting environmental and ecological health, not just Edmonton, but for the entire watershed and our entire region. Parks Canada's objectives for the National Urban Park Program align with the city's own goals and long-term vision for Edmonton as outlined in our city plan, the Ribbon of Green strategic plan, and our Indigenous framework. This new partnership provides an opportunity to bring the vision of these plans and policies to life in order to achieve the city's long-term vision to protect and maintain a functioning and interconnected ecological network, improve access to the river valley, provide increased opportunities for recreation and celebration, and acknowledge and celebrate Indigenous history and heritage. It is very important that through this process, we not only meet the goals of the National Urban Park Program, but also meet expectations of Edmontonians. The pre-feasibility phase has been exploratory and no formal commitments have yet been made to proceed with a National Urban Park designation. Administration has heard a lot of excitement over the idea of a National Urban Park. However, some aspects of the project require more investigation and are still unknown at this time. It is important, for example, that the city understand the long-term level of investment available for a National Urban Park by other orders of government. With the city as the primary landowner in this process, administration would like to ensure that the level of investment is aligned with the scope and scale of a proposed National Urban Park. We are at early stages of exploring these questions with our project partners, and we value the opportunity for the continued collaboration that we're seeing. I'll now pass it over to Kent to lead us through the rest of the presentation.
Thank you. The National Urban Parks Program is a new federal program aimed at establishing a network of national urban parks in major centres across Canada. Edmonton is one of 7 cities currently under consideration. The program aims to support conservation efforts in urban areas, increase access to nature and open spaces for city-dwelling Canadians, and advance reconciliation with Indigenous peoples. The program will be guided by National Urban Parks Policy, which is currently under development by Parks Canada. The policy is expected to guide the designation process and management of new parks. The pre-feasibility phase, which we're currently in for the Edmonton site, is nearing conclusion. The outcomes of the pre-feasibility phase are to build relationships with partners and identify shared interests, identify a preferred study area, and deepen our understanding of key elements and criteria of the federal program, particularly as they inform a potential park vision, location, and governance structure. To support this exploration, Parks Canada has created a partner committee. Each of these project partners is asked to bring their perspectives and knowledge to the committee, and may also undertake their own engagement with their leadership, technical experts, and community members. Each organization has its own reporting structures and processes to validate and seek approval for the recommendations that are brought forth to the partner committee. The management and agenda of the partner committee are set and led by Parks Canada. Partners in this conversation include Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations and the Métis Nation of Alberta. The Government of Alberta participates in an observer role. To support the city's contributions at the partner committee during the pre-feasibility phase, the city formed a stakeholder committee to provide local knowledge and perspectives through the pre-feasibility phase. Parks Canada's goals of conserving nature, connecting people to nature, and advancing Indigenous reconciliation align with a number of city policies and plans, including maintaining an ecological network, improving access to open space, providing opportunities for recreation, and creating spaces for the celebration of Indigenous heritage. Early discussions and findings show that a river valley location has received the most support from project partners to be explored as a potential location. The identification of the river valley as the preferred study area is supported by existing city data and mapping and a high-level analysis of the opportunities and constraints. Selection of the river valley as the preferred study area was also informed by preliminary public and stakeholder engagement. Administration sees the potential for a long-term vision that includes a potential designation of a significant portion of the river valley. Due to the vast scope, though, of the river valley, administration is currently proposing a phased approach to prevent overextending resources, which would focus initial investment on one or more smaller areas within the river valley, with the potential that the long-term vision could be realized as additional funding becomes available. Smaller geographic areas within the river valley and phasing options would be part of the next phase, which is the planning phase. As this exploration continues, administration will continue to assess this opportunity and seek guidance from Council. To date, detailed governance models have not yet fully been explored. However, early discussions indicate that the park will not be owned or administered by the federal government. It is expected that governance, partnership, operations, and management would be driven by local needs and context in alignment with the city's existing policies and vision for the River Valley. There are also opportunities to explore flexible governance models that allow for local control and jurisdiction, including the exploration of Indigenous co-governance and co-stewardship models. It is anticipated that the city would take a leading role in park management. As part of the pre-feasibility phase, the Confederacy of Treaty 6 First Nations and Métis Nation of Alberta participated in a leadership role at the Partner Committee. And Parks Canada led the Indigenous consultation process in collaboration with these project partners. In pre-feasibility, the project team supported but did not lead Indigenous engagement. This is a different role for the city than we typically play, as engagement typically occurs directly with Indigenous nations and communities whose traditional lands include the River Valley and Ravine system. Our expectation is that as we move into future phases of this work, we would participate in additional multilateral conversations with Indigenous partners. Key topics that would be evaluated as part of the upcoming planning phase include roles and responsibilities, decision-making processes, and potential impacts of a national urban park designation on operations, administration, existing uses, and community partners in the River Valley. Existing City of Edmonton River Valley plans and strategies would set the foundation for land uses and permitted activities in the national park. Management of the park would align with the National Urban Park Program while respecting local needs. Proceeding with the planning phase would allow administration to continue exploring shared interests and alignment between the goals of the National Urban Park Program and the city's goals and vision for the River Valley. To facilitate welcoming and inclusive spaces, a national urban park would be free to access and open to the public. However, there may be occasions where admission or participation fees are charged on a cost recovery basis for programs or the use of facilities, which is consistent with existing City of Edmonton River Valley facilities and attractions. I'll now turn the rest of the presentation over to Agnieszka, who will highlight the project engagement and next steps.
Thank you. During the pre-feasibility phase, preliminary engagement with the public, stakeholder committee, and equity-deserving groups was conducted in fall 2022 through spring 2023. The intent of this engagement was to introduce the National Urban Park Initiative and hear feedback on initial priorities, opportunities, concerns, and public sentiment toward a national urban park in the Edmonton area. During this engagement, a diversity of perspectives, priorities, interests, and concerns were shared with the project team regarding a national urban park, including the importance of preserving nature, the need to remove physical, social, and economic barriers to access nature, and the importance of maintaining local governance and influence over Edmonton's municipal park systems, particularly the River Valley. If Urban Planning Committee is in support of proceeding to the planning phase, administration would make plans for a next phase of engagement expected in fall 2023. Stakeholders and the public would have the opportunity to provide feedback in the planning phase before any decisions were made regarding designation of a national urban park in the Edmonton area. Administration is seeking approval from Urban Planning Committee to proceed to the planning phase. This is pending Parks Canada's decision about when the pre-feasibility phase is complete and planning is ready to begin based on the progress of pre-feasibility activities. Proceeding to the planning phase does not bind the city to any decisions or commit the city to creating a national urban park. It would, however, allow administration to continue discussions with partners and develop a vision for the park, explore governance models in more detail, refine a potential park boundary, identify initial investments and identify funding models, and begin early operational planning. There are numerous gates to this process. At the end of the planning phase, the city would be at a place to decide whether to proceed to the designation phase. At that time, a non-binding memorandum of understanding would be signed between Parks Canada and partners, including the City of Edmonton. Only at the end of the designation phase would the city be entering into a binding formal partnership.
So at the conclusion of our presentation, we'll be happy to answer your questions after speakers. And one final note that there may be some matters with this project that are best discussed in private. And the Office of the City Clerk has drafted a motion if committee does consider that. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks very much. I'll ask you to step back and we will invite our public speakers forward.
Can you ask a clarifying question, if you don't mind?
Of course.
To administration. So I just want to make sure that we clarify that if we have to go into private, we are not, like, I just want to make sure the ownership issue, control issue of the river valley are all publicly discussed. That is not a private conversation, right?
100%. Your Mayor, what I would like to do, though, is talk about some intergov issues.
Yeah, okay, that's fine.
private.
I think it's very important for Edmontonians to know that the ownership and what goes on the river valley, who controls what, is all public discussion.
100%.
Good, okay, thank you.
Thanks for that clarification, Mayor Sohi. With that, I'll invite our speakers to come up. So as I call your name, if you're in person, please make your way up and our clerk team will help you find your seat. So we have Kyle Scholl, Keisha Kerr, Linda Duncan, Sherry Heschuk. Sherry, are you with us online? Sherry, are you there? Okay, we can come back. Lyndon Decor, are you joining us here in person or online? Okay, great. And then Joe Yurkovich, I see you there, thank you. Theo Peters, I see you there too, hello, welcome. And Alana Cody. Are you joining us online? And the new speaker. Evelyn, are you with us? I'm not sure that we've heard from anyone online. Councillor Nat, could you just confirm that we're able to hear online participants? If you're there, Councillor Knack or Councillor Principe or Councillor Cartmel?
I can hear you.
Okay, and you can respond. That's great. We just wanted to make sure we could hear you as well. Okay, well, I'll when we come to those speakers, I'll confirm. But Kyle, happy to go to you first. I have just returned from Smoky Lake region, enjoying Métis Crossing. So lovely to see you here. Welcome.
Welcome to the neighborhood. Good morning, Madam Chairperson, committee. It's did I say good morning? I mean good afternoon. It's lovely to join you again and to speak before you in support of the National Urban Park project, especially as it relates to the ongoing work on the Heritage River Initiative. And we do also have a report coming to committee next month, which will address certain aspects of Heritage River governance model and finance, so I won't cover those here today. I think I do have a presentation that was sent to City Clerk, but I'm not sure if it's going to come up. I'll just keep talking though. The North Saskatchewan and its surrounding watershed flows directly within Treaties 6 and 8 and the homeland of the Métis Nation, and we're aware that there are also many First Nations in Treaty 7 and beyond with traditional territories that touch upon Kisaskatchewan-Isipi. The Heritage River Initiative has seen financial and in-kind support from many places, which has allowed us to work with a rockstar consultant team led by O2 Planning and Design. And thanks to City staff Lindsay Butterfield, we've sat in on the work of the National Urban Park Stakeholder Committee. Next slide, please. I have enjoyed meetings with several of you over the past few years. I'm a planning technician with Smoky Lake County, a resident of Ward O'Damon. I sit as the vice chair of the board for the North Saskatchewan Watershed Alliance, in addition to being directors on the boards for Edmonton Heritage Council and the North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society. I'm also a club member of the United Alberta Paddling Society. Next slide, please. And we could skip that. Next slide, please. The proposed National Urban Park aligns with City Plan, Ribbon of Green, and Breathe. Next slide, please. There are many municipalities which touch upon Kisiskatchewan-Issipi in Alberta, and we have been working with most of them on the Heritage River Initiative, including the City of Edmonton. In relation to the National Urban Park Project, Edmonton should be looking beyond itself to collaborate regionally. Next slide, please. Radical incrementalism means taking small steps that ultimately result in medium and big-sized moves and new opportunities. Next slide, please. There are about 40 heritage rivers from coast to coast to coast. Other major Canadian cities which enjoy heritage river status include Vancouver, Toronto, Winnipeg, and Ottawa. Next slide, please. The objectives of the Heritage River System are to give national recognition to Canada's outstanding rivers as part of a comprehensive and representative system, and to encourage long-term management that will conserve their natural, cultural, and recreational values for the benefit and enjoyment of Canadians now and in the future. Next slide, please, and actually next slide after that too. I'll skip that one for brevity, sorry. The Heritage Rivers program being established in the 80s, Alberta joined in the 90s, and author Billy Mulholland of the Watershed Alliance then completed a background study in the mid-2000s, but the Alliance then struggled to advance to the nomination stage, and the initiative languished. That is, until Smoky Lake County, driven by an economic development strategy centered on cultural and Indigenous tourism, including at Métis Crossing, took up the mantle in 2019. Working collaboratively with many partners, next slide please, we've completed the nomination document, which was accepted by the province and the federal government in fall 2022, and which paved the way for us to complete the last step, a holistic, non-statutory designation concept plan. Next slide, please. We've undertaken a comprehensive series of engagements, including with members of the public, with more than 40 Indigenous nations and communities across Western Canada, tourism operators, and undertaken archival research. We've heard many powerful, inspiring stories and recommendations, as well as lessons. Each of these reports are available publicly on the project website, and I'd especially encourage you to check out the work undertaken by Pipikwan Petikwan. As is, next slide please, the draft concept plan, which we're finalizing between now and September. You're also very much invited to check out that work and provide any feedback on that work. Next slide please. The Edmonton Region's National Urban Park will be unique. Heritage River status will add value and storytelling and immersive experiences available to visitors someday of our National Urban Park in the Edmonton region. Just in conclusion, next slide please, advancing to the National Urban Park stage does not imply or obligate a transfer of lands to the federal government. Furthermore, we're excited that after 14 months of work, more technical analysis was undertaken, in fact, than was shared publicly in the council report. Next slide, please. It is time to seek designation as a heritage river, as well, across Alberta, I should say, as well as a national urban park in the Edmonton region. It's time to steward and celebrate Kisiskatchewan-Issipi, and this work will contribute to that. With that, I actually beat myself by 10 seconds, and happy to answer any questions of committee. And with that, Madam Chair, I'll conclude my remarks.
Very much appreciated. I don't even need to chair. This is wonderful. Thank you. I'll go next to Keisha Kerr. Please go ahead.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to be here today. So I'm the Executive Director of the Canadian Parks and Wilderness Society Northern Alberta Chapter, also known as CPAWS. CPAWS Northern Alberta has been doing work on conservation on public lands for over 55 years. And we were also part of the stakeholder committee. Our chair of our board of directors, Steve Donnellan, represented us there. So CPAWS Northern Alberta strongly supports the recommendation to move to the planning phase for a potential national urban park in the Edmonton region, with the North Saskatchewan River Valley as the study area. We see this as a legacy opportunity for Edmonton, and it will bring further notoriety, funding, and protections for what Edmontonians already recognize as a local treasure. CPAWS Northern Alberta agrees with the goals of the National Urban Park as laid out by Parks Canada, including supporting conservation in urban areas, connecting Canadians to nature, advancing reconciliation between Indigenous and non-Indigenous peoples. We believe that if a national urban park is created in Edmonton, that protection of nature must be the first priority, as a healthy natural environment and robust biodiversity is the foundation of why Edmontonians and visitors consider the city's river valley and ravine system to be a treasure of the city. We urge Council to seize this opportunity to partially address the twin environmental crises of climate change and biodiversity loss that we're facing at a global level. This program can contribute to the process of halting and reversing biodiversity loss and assist with mitigation and adaptation to climate change. We recognize that the North Saskatchewan River Valley is an important ecological corridor connecting a larger regional landscape from the Devon Dunes west of Edmonton to Elk Island National Park and the Beaver Hills Biosphere Reserve east of Edmonton. We urge Council to think big and have a legacy scale vision for this project. We suggest that the planning process also include ravines and select tableland areas, and acknowledge that potentially including ravines is mentioned in the documents from city administration. We acknowledge that there are constraints on resources, and we support the recommendation to proceed in a phased approach towards a long-term vision of protection of the majority of the River Valley, with the following caveats. We would like to see a formal commitment to and timeline for future phases of park establishment. And again, we urge Council to think big. As Kyle mentioned, there are many municipalities surrounding Edmonton that are interested in this process, and it should connect to the larger regional landscape. And we appreciated seeing reference from administration to that regional landscape and adjacent municipalities in the site selection document. Even if this is a phased approach, and Council should not be satisfied with a couple of individual sites that are easiest to designate in this first phase. Instead, initial sites selected for National Urban Park designation should represent the best opportunities to protect our existing natural values that are most at risk of degradation. We would like to remind Council that although the River Valley Bylaw and many other policies are in place to protect against the loss of nature, the city has lost 6.5% of natural area in the River Valley between 2000 and 2015, and that trend has continued. Clearly, stronger protections are needed. CPAWS would support a governance framework of a national urban park that would leave authority and management of parklands under the control of City of Edmonton. That said, we would encourage the city to take advantage of the federal funding available for establishment and management of a national urban park, but also to work closely with Parks Canada to utilize their capacity and expertise in parks development, management, and ecological science. We also urge Council to consider the value of other initiatives that can complement the designation of a national urban park, such as the Ecological Corridors Program and the Canadian Heritage Rivers designation. We also think that Council should be incorporating this process with the River Valley modernization process and coordinating with that. We appreciate the opportunity to participate in the stakeholder table, and we offer our expertise on protected areas and protection of biodiversity to all council members and city administration. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Duncan, you're next.
Thank you very much. And I am here as a director of the North Saskatchewan River Valley Conservation Society. We really need a shorter name. It takes up a lot of my time. Our organization as well strongly supports the concept of a national urban park and the choice of Edmonton region to pursue the possibility of a national urban park. We were, along with CPAWS and Sierra Club, spoke strongly to the then federal minister, saying, please, think of Edmonton. We're the capital region of Alberta, and we have a lot to protect. We very much appreciated the opportunity to participate as an appointed stakeholder in the first process, and we appreciate the accolades. But we had expressed some concern about the lack of transparency and confidentiality. We understand in early stages quite often you have to do that, but there's a lot of frustration out there, including in our own members, that we couldn't even tell them what was happening. And so I think that there's a commitment now that's going to open up more to the public and to the councillors, and we look forward with working together with everyone. I just want to, I couldn't say it more strongly, that there isn't anything risky in the proposal of a national urban park for Edmonton's River Valley. As Keisha has very clearly stated forward, the three objectives are protection of nature or conservation, enabling access, greater access by Edmontonians to nature, and reconciliation. Well, those happen to be the objectives of every policy that the City of Edmonton over many decades have passed. The way we grow, the way we green, the ribbon of green, breathe, and I have recently obtained that massive document, which I encourage every councillor to look at. It is a brilliant strategy for the development of Edmonton, recognizing the value of the greenness that we have, not just in the River Valley, but across the city. Even the city policy 20,000 is very clear that Edmonton protects and expands and improves access to natural systems, open spaces, and supported biodiversity, health and enjoyment of Edmontonians, maintain the North Saskatchewan River and Ravine as key environmental protection area, acquire lands. Now, that is an aspect proposed in the National Urban Park, and it's in the administration's proposal. That's one of the things that I'll look forward to if Council agrees to go to the next step. But I remind you that under the Ribbon of Green, the Council has, previous councils have already committed that the city is interested in acquiring additional lands to complete the River Valley Park process. Our organization has also been very fortunate to be participating in the quote-unquote modernization process for the River Valley. And we keep encouraging to the city to combine those, because I think it will give a level of comfort to both the decision makers and to Edmontonians that we're working in the same direction. The advantage of the National Urban Park process is we could potentially access federal funds. And I know that there is some concern, oh, we don't want the federal government telling us what to do with our River Valley, and we don't want Parks Canada controlling our River Valley. And I think, to his credit, Mayor Sohi has been very clear in the day that they declared they want to pursue this, that Edmonton will control the eventual development of the park. We are concerned about it by a suggestion in the city administration's presentation that we may want to have work instead on a vision for the future of the rest of the River Valley if we select just a couple of areas. With due respect, I would like to suggest that we have had visioning after visioning after visioning exercise, which are reflected in the many policies that the city, to its credit, have adopted, and I've mentioned some of those. I don't think we need another visioning exercise. That's going on through the modernization process, which frankly is being run very well. And so we think it's more important, as my colleague has said, that if we are going to pick several areas right now as the first phase, then for the next phases, then there needs to be a clear boundary set, proposed governance, a dedication to acquire lands, to actually look into where could there be possible other funding sources, and to engage with the federal government, not just on the National Urban Park proposal, but also in ecological corridors. Because as you know, that biodiversity can't be protected if it's just in one little area of the River Valley. The city's already committed to wildlife corridors. And so let's access those federal funds and maintain those corridors as well. We hope that Council will agree to go to the next step, and we're looking forward to also talking about governance. We think there's lots of innovation that could occur in how this park is going to be governed now and in the future. Thank you.
Great, thank you so much for your presentation. We'll go now online to Sherry Heschuk.
Yes, good afternoon, Madam Speaker, as well as all the councillors, and thank you very much for this opportunity. I do have a presentation, if it's possible to bring that up, but I, again, will offer just that I'm very much in support of our proposed look at what the National Urban Park Initiative could possibly be for many of the stakeholders. I only represent myself, but I am a paddler, and I just wanted to know a few things, and I would like that addressed by the administration, and that is the ideas of the origin of biodiversity. And next slide, please. And with that, how do we actually become good stewards for our National Urban Park Initiative? Next slide, please. There is a risk for subbasins within the floodplains that we call our river valley. And I think that is a very important part of the land use agreements that have been going on with the city and how we would look at where our infrastructure is going to go. If there is an opportunity to know exactly where some of these small pieces of recreation, as well as indicators of how we could actually support biodiversity within these subbasins, as we have 1,300 subbasins along this river. Next slide, please. And next slide, please. And just a picture of how the green and the blue actually crisscross within our communities. And it's important to know that the blue highways are just as important as the green highways, as alluded to by the speakers previous to me. Thank you very much. And next slide, please. Next slide, please. And I think this is the last slide. And last slide.
Is there one more?
Great.
Okay.
That should be it. But I'm just hoping that with the way we address the main issues that are currently available to access our North Saskatchewan River includes maintaining the public services such as washrooms and accessible launches that we've had put in by the River Valley Alliance. Is there a need by the administration to improve the city's core recreational facilities, which could enhance the social development and community initiatives? I appreciate the tax dollars from the city are leveraged by a lot of our community partners, and these matching funds and grants contribute to a great many of the projects that we've seen. There is a cost benefit to these partnerships, but mostly I'm interested in how the expertise of our city council, as well as our opportunities, would engage with those people who are interested in knowing how the budget will allow for these planning grants for these new projects. And because of the 3 levels of government, which I see has been mentioned, that we have heard and included the Canada Heritage River Systems designation and the provincial protected areas, which I know is attached in a lot of the documents that we're seeing. The watersheds are important. Edmonton sits on 3 sub-watersheds. All are being supported by biodiversity, and it's a good reason to protect the upstream and the downstream ends of the North Saskatchewan. And overwhelmingly, I'm hoping that with the National Urban Park Initiative, we have an opportunity to support as well as identify where we are needing more equity. And I would really like to know if there is a reason why we are why we have not yet confirmed who the stakeholders are. At this point, I know that there are a few of us who are aware of who they are, but most of us are still wondering who they are. Thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Thanks very much for your presentation. Again, I understand Lyndon is not able to join us.
That's correct.
Great. So we'll go next to Joe Yurkovich. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Sohi, members of the committee and other councillors, thanks for your interest in and your attendance today and for the opportunity to provide my comments to you as the president of the Edmonton Mountain Bike Alliance, EMBA. EMBA agrees that the city should move forward to continue to explore this opportunity, as similar to the River Valley Alliance and others, we believe a national urban park would enhance the city's reputation for quality of life and tourism, and bring attention to both the Almsquasil-Mescano Beaver Hills Park Road multipurpose trail from Fort Saskatchewan to Devon, and to our more extensive network of natural surface trails. However, our support is not unconditional, and there are 2 key parameters that we believe any national urban park must be consistent with. And I was pleased to hear the administration shares these objectives, which are, first, guidance for conservation and use of the park must flow from your extensive multi-year public consultation on the ribbon of green and the River Valley ARP. Citizens in the city have devoted thousands of hours to discussion and debate regarding the appropriate balance of conservation and use, and exploration of a national urban park should not cause the conclusions of that public engagement, which entered its third phase only last month, to be discarded. Secondly, and connected to the foregoing, the City of Edmonton must maintain full control of governance over the River Valley through the renewed ARP. I know some may see the NUP proposal as a means for enhancing safeguards of the River Valley, which all of us, and this includes cyclists and other recreational users, are deeply interested in protecting for future generations. However, we believe the best way to ensure that protection is to leave governance in the hands of you, our local elected representatives, who are and will remain accountable to the citizens of Edmonton. I know that the federal government has indicated that a flexible governance model is negotiable, and maintenance of this control must be an essential tenet of any agreement for creation of a national urban park in our River Valley. And for perspective, I think you indicated today that there are 7 sites for the National Urban Park, and as the National Post noted today, there is only $130 million committed by the federal government so far to this project. So on average, the amount of money presently available is only $20 million. Finally, I'd like to make a couple of observations relative to the stakeholder consultation and the What We Heard report. Firstly, our organization, EMBA, was the only recreation group that participated in the stakeholder consultation. However, we're certainly not the only group of citizens who value opportunities to be physically active in the River Valley. Hikers, trail runners, Nordic skiers, dragon boat racers, paddlers, rowers, and even golfers all cherish the opportunity to enjoy their activities in our River Valley, and their perspectives matter in a metropolitan region that aspires to grow to 2 million citizens. Secondly, while the report sets out various themes for missing priorities, challenges, and concerns, unlike other aspects of the report, no numbers are given as to the strengths of the public support for those listed factors. At page 17 of the report, for example, the particular concerns I've raised today, local control, access for cycling, and other recreational uses of the River Valley Trail system, are noted, but without data as to the strength of support for those considerations. And so I think that that's something that's missing from the report. Again, in conclusion, EMBA supports moving forward to explore this opportunity, but only on the basis of adherence to the guidance you've received from citizens of Edmonton on the Ribbon of Green, and with the assurance that the citizens of Edmonton will maintain control over this precious resource. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Next, we have Theo Peters. Over to you.
Hi there. Thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor Sohi, councillors. My name is Theo Peters. I'm the Director of Consultation for Métis Nation of Alberta, and I'm just here to speak briefly about my experience participating on the Partners Table for the National Urban Park project, and be present to answer questions if you have any. So to support the exploration of the development of a national urban park within Edmonton, the Métis Nation of Alberta has been collaborating with Parks Canada, City of Edmonton, Treaty 6, and Government of Alberta to gather knowledge and input from our citizens to inform the decision-making process. The Partners Table has been a platform for different Indigenous stakeholders to discuss the project's progress, identify challenges, and share best practices. It has promoted the development of a shared vision for potential National Urban Park within Edmonton that incorporates the perspectives and knowledge of Indigenous communities. And the Partners Table aligns the project goals and objectives with Indigenous stakeholders and promotes constructive dialogue that contributes to effective project planning. The Métis Nation of Alberta created and distributed a survey to our citizens. The intention of the survey was to gather community feedback on a potential national urban park in Edmonton, its potential location, and the valuation of different components of a potential location, and potentially amenities and features that a national urban park should contain. We also asked citizens to describe their vision for a national urban park, and this survey helped identify what our citizens' values were in what a national urban park could look like in Alberta. This survey was distributed to a variety of citizens, elders, knowledge holders, land users from within Edmonton, as well as a number of people who travel from outside Edmonton to visit the River Valley. The MNA is looking forward to continuing work on this project, and I just wanted to share some of the results that we had from our citizens. So the big finding was the majority of citizens that we surveyed approve of the Edmonton River Valley being a good choice for a national urban park. There was a large consensus towards retaining the natural features of the park to ensure long-term sustainability. Our citizens identified a wide array of potential locations within the River Valley for National Urban Park designation, and also detailed what some of their visions would be for what that would look like. And we look forward to further exploring those visions and potential locations if this project moves into the planning phase. There was the significant valuation of natural features of the River Valley and a focus on minimal development to avoid anything that would have the potential to change the naturally occurring landscape. Natural features such as nature, wildlife, plants, water bodies such as rivers, streams, or creeks, and the natural scenery were identified as priorities. Some of the visions that our citizens shared included recognition, respect, and incorporation of Indigenous history and knowledge within the area, which the National Urban Park provides an incredible opportunity for. Maintaining as much natural landscape and ecosystem as possible. Signage along walking paths to demonstrate history of the area, facts about wildlife vegetation, and identify Métis value areas. There was also the identification of long-term involvement of Indigenous communities and the incorporation of Indigenous knowledge within the decision-making process. And so if there are any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Excellent, thank you very much. Next we have Alana Cody, although I'm not sure she's in person and I haven't seen her online. Alana, are you there?
She's not online yet. If we could do Evelyn first and then check for Alana again, please.
Absolutely. So Evelyn Skaken, over to you. Hi, Evelyn. Are you there?
Evelyn, can you unmute yourself?
Evelyn, if you're having any technical difficulties, I think you can call in to our clerk's office. We do see you there online, but we're not able to hear you at this point. To the clerk, are we able to start questions? Can we do two panels, for example? Can we start with questions of these individuals and then concluding that we could go to the last two speakers if they join us?
Yes, we could do that.
Okay, so we'll go to questions of our first panel. Thank you all so much for your presentations. Councillor Cartmell, we wanted to defer to you if you had any questions of our speakers to start.
No, I'm fine. Thank you very much.
Okay, thanks, Councillor Cartmell. Anyone else? Sure. Mayor Sohi, I believe you selected it, so I'll go to you.
Thank you so much, everyone, for participating in this discussion. I'll start with Joe Yurkovich. For me, I stated this at the onset of these discussions earlier on when we started talking about urban park designation for the River Valley. There are certain non-negotiables, right? From my perspective, One of them is there will not be a transfer of River Valley lands to the federal government. I think that's one of your concerns that you have raised, and that Edmontonians will retain ownership and control of the River Valley. That land use and other permitted activities are determined by the city of Edmonton, as we do now. And that access to River Valley will be same for Edmontonians as it always been, which is free of charge, right? So, so does that, like, that's my perspective. I know that I hope that is shared by my colleagues as well. But does that kind of allay some of your early concerns as we move forward to the next stage? There will be more questions, more answers given.
Well, Mayor Sohi, I think the question of ownership, yeah, I certainly agree with you on that. I haven't heard anything like that. I have heard some discussion at various points within the stakeholder table about models of governance. So, and really that's my only concern, that you know, you maintain that governance ability and it's not ceded over to some other group that really wouldn't be as accountable as City Council.
I hear you, and I think that will be answered as we explore this further. There will be co-management opportunities with Indigenous communities, and there might be different governance models, but ownership is absolutely retained by the city. Okay, so I think that is important that we get that there's some lack of clarity on that in some circles in the city. On the benefits, maybe I'll start with Linda Duncan. Like you've been part of the federal government. Edmonton is not the only city exploring this. There are other cities exploring this, and the benefits absolutely align with how Edmontonians envision our city to be moving forward into the future, whether it's alignment with city plan, alignment with the ribbon of green, alignment with protection of the ecological system, climate change goals, access to the river valley, right? So, and so I just want to, like, where would do you think, like, I know you stated this in your remarks, right? Where do you see the concerns are around transparency, right? Some transparency. So elaborate more on that. Like, where your concerns are when everything else is kind of aligned on the values and the plans and the desired goal of you know, where the city is heading.
Sure, Mayor. That, and the administration is well aware of that, and they have in many ways apologized for the lack of transparency to this point in time. It's happened a lot of time when there's multi-stakeholder participation, and everybody signs off on confidentiality, so we feel comfortable what we're talking about until we have some agreement or so forth, comfortable to release. So those of us who were invited to be stakeholders had to sign off confidentiality. So we were not even available to talk with other members of our own organization. Okay. What the commitment that's been given to us, and we hope that's followed through, is that has ended, and moving forward in the consultation, including with the broader public, is that there won't be this necessity for confidentiality. Okay. Now, there may be from time to time in some discussions with provincial people or perhaps with First Nation governments or with Métis Nation and so forth. We totally understand that. Okay. To tell you the truth, this has been a beautiful day for me because we've been wanting to know what's gone on at the partners table. We haven't even known who sits at the partners table. Okay. You know, who Indigenous Edmonton region are being talked to. So thank you, Theo, for your sharing the survey. How wonderful to hear what the Métis Peoples Alberta would like to happen in the National Urban Park. That's what we're talking about in transparency. So
I think that also, that transparency also is important from accountability, and Edmontonians need to know that too. I think it's good information.
Exactly, and of course, you know, as the gentleman has shared, there's some discomfort even in the break before here. I had discussions with some people who decided not to present. They want to totally oppose this because there should be no federal intervention in the city of Edmonton, blah, blah, blah. I said, let's get ideology out of this. I mean, do you think there should be federal funding in public housing? Of course we welcome federal funding. you know, federal dollars does not mean that they then control. So the more that this process opens up to the public and is transparent, I think there'll be a greater level of comfort, because that's the one thing that we heard some people natter about.
Thank you.
And it was about whether or not, you know, it would be the Trudeau Park. And I said, no, I don't think so.
Thank you. We wouldn't go there. We wouldn't go there. I have other names to suggest, but we won't go there.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Councillor Tang.
Great, thank you very much for everyone coming out to speak. Maybe I'll start with Keisha. You know, very appreciate a lot of the thorough commentary there. I was curious, it's a phased approach moving forward. You've identified a number of factors to consider. Has the stakeholder kind of talked about where do you start? It's a fairly long landmass. We're talking about sometimes multi-jurisdictional ownership of land and a bit of a patchwork. How do you see this opportunity as sort of the thread that connects all of this together? Where do you start? Like where's, because you have mentioned the best value. I think you have mentioned, you know, where's the site that would return the best value? So some thoughts around that.
Yeah, I guess our concern is that sites that would be, you know, easiest to designate would be the focus, and we think the assessment should be based on which sites currently and with some restoration could provide the largest benefits for biodiversity conservation. So we have provided feedback to the table on areas that we consider to be of high conservation value. But the administration has done some work on that. So I guess it's more just like, let's not just pick a location because it's easy and then call it a national urban park, that we actually think about this on a large scale and are really thinking about that long-term vision of protection of the majority of the river valley.
Right. I guess actually, so your individual organization also like provided recommendations. I assume other groups also provided their recommendations, which may or may not be the same of like how and where to start. So it's not a kind of a consensus-based advisory group, right? It's everyone kind of brings all those feedback and we consider. And I appreciate think big, think long term, but I also think about, you know, how do you kind of start with something and then move towards that goal and not be bogged down by the scope of the project. Linda, I'm wondering, you have mentioned this is a great opportunity for innovative governance. Do you want to talk a little bit more about, you know, what are we talking about? What could some of those possibilities be like? Yeah.
I wish I could give you an easy answer. If there's one topic that all the stakeholders wanted to talk about day one, it was, what are the options for governance?
So of high interest for everyone.
It's a high level of interest, right? Some people say, no way, we don't want the federal government controlling a river valley. There's other people saying, well, could there be partnership with people like the Edmonton Area Land Trust? Could there be partnership with the Métis Nation? Could there be partnership with an individual First Nation? Maybe there could be a management agreement with CPAWS. There's so many innovative ideas that could happen. The RVA may have a role. Apparently for some of the other park proposals, they were able to talk about governance day one. And I don't know where the reluctance came from, but we clearly were not allowed to talk about governance. I think the sooner we start talking about the different possibilities, there will be a greater level of comfort and confidence.
It'll help to ease some of those anxiety.
Exactly.
And speaking of the other cities, I did see many of them have released their pre-feasibility report publicly. As they transition, and I think we're all like, I mean, this is a stage we're talking about going from pre-feasibility to planning. So when I see that, I kind of assume, okay, these cities have gone from that pre-feasibility into planning. So is that something you anticipate that, you know kind of assuming, you know, if this decision is a go-ahead, that kind of that's when a lot of these reports will be released, just like all those other sites.
Okay, but I have to be honest in saying, okay, I've been an active participant in the modernization of the River Valley process, which by the way has been an excellent process, very open and great. Why are we so keen on that? Because we have deep concerns about the failure to actually govern and protect the river valley. And if it's going to be a city bylaw and in city governance, then we want assurance that, in fact, we're going to step up our protections. Should there be an independent body that oversees and so forth? So that kind of discussion still hasn't happened in the modernization process either. We've just been talking about protecting nature, include climate, blah, blah, blah. We haven't talked about the proposed new bylaw. So I really see those fusing together. I think the more that people have confidence that the council is very serious about moving towards, we are genuinely going to protect what we value in the river valley.
Thank you.
Then that's the discussion that we want
I
to
am
have.
out of time. I have a couple outstanding. I might come back. Thank you.
Sure, sounds good. Thank you very much. Councillor Wright, over to you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Kerr, maybe I'll go to you first. You talked about a 6.5% loss of lands. What's that attributed to?
It's basically decision by decision, chipping away at the green spaces within the river valley. So that was an analysis that we did based on a report that the City of Edmonton commissioned for all of Edmonton. But within the river valley itself, that's the loss that we found, which adds up to the size of the Kinsman Park every single year. So the bylaw currently does not provide the protections for the river valley that Edmontonians expect.
That one, what would it mean? And that's every year, you said, the size of Kinsman Park? Wow.
Yes, the size of Kinsman Park every year for a total of 6.5% between 2000 and 2015. We haven't been able to do the analysis since then, but all of us know that there have been decisions that have been made over the last several years that have resulted in the loss of green spaces within the river valley.
Okay. And what's sort of maybe your estimation of the lands that would need to be acquired in order for this to help connect people to nature and maintain that conservation?
Well, if we're talking about providing strong connectivity at an ecological level, there would need to be acquisition of lands, but also restoration of some of the lands that are currently owned by the city to actually provide for movement along the river valley by wildlife. In terms of exact numbers of land that would need to be acquired, like private land, I can't comment on that, but that's something that I think an analysis could be done fairly quickly to take a look at that. And administration might already know that. But
that wildlife corridor, that would include some of our creeks as well?
We would like it should, because it is that they are ecologically connected, and the connection should be improved. There has been reference to that as recommendations from administration, including in the report that came out. There are pinch points along the river valley too, where maybe portions of tablelands would need to be considered. But again, as several people have mentioned, the National Urban Park Program could be in conjunction with accessing federal funding from the Ecological Corridors Program to be sort of a synergy process.
Okay, and that was going to be my next question to you about the restoration and that funding. And that's separate from anything that we might receive for establishing a national urban park, right?
Yeah, that would be additional. But I think, Edmonton would have a much stronger chance of receiving more of those dollars if those two things are clearly presented as being brought together.
Okay, awesome. And then Ms. Duncan, you said that we've got enough visions for the river valley. I think what you want to see is a plan, right? And so can we step up some of those protections as well that you're talking about within that plan? Is that will that make it more of a plan rather than a vision?
Yeah, I'm simply saying that our city, to their credit, have done an incredible job over the last 2 or 3 decades in exercise and looking at the vision for the River Valley, and I listed some of them in this Breathe report that I mentioned, which, by the way, got the first award from the Canadian Association of Planners in 10 years as being a stellar document for the design of a city and to green a city. I mean, and the new city policy 20,000 clearly provides a vision for the River Valley and ravines, and all of the other ancillary documents. What's missing is the commitment to actually act on those reports. And that would be moving on the commitment to acquire additional lands, seeking dollars. This big report, Breathe, actually gives all potential funding sources to do the kinds of things that we would like to do in the River Valley. So I think that there's lots of potential. So it's the action that we would like to see happening. Why? Because as Keisha said, it's by bit we lose some areas. And once they're paved over or lost, it's pretty hard to bring the natural area back. And we're concerned too, is, you know, these federal dollars may disappear. Let's not make the mistake of dawdling and not saying, yes, we're going to do this, and then we're going to do it in pieces, and here's what we're going to do right now. We welcome your infusion of federal dollars.
Great, great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Councillor Tang, I'll go back to you.
Yeah, thank you. To Theo, thank you very much for presenting some of that data you had collected. You said the majority of the people approve of this initiative and the River Valley as the site. I'm curious, for those who didn't, what were some of the concerns?
Sure, thank you for the question. So some additional questions or concerns for people who were unsure. That's where the majority of people who didn't agree with the site location fell. They were unsure. A very, very small percentage of people were opposed to it. But some of the questions that were asked were, will accessibility for seniors and disabled individuals be prioritized, and if so, how? What actions may be taken for the unhoused population seeking shelter within the River Valley? Will there be a potential paywall to enter and or use the park, which my understanding is that there's a commitment for there not to be a paywall in that manner. And what level of development will be considered for the urban park, and what assurances could be made to ensure that the natural landscape and ecosystems of the River Valley will be left primarily undisturbed and minimally impacted by the sorts of infrastructure that may be necessitated by the development of a national urban park.
Excellent. Those are excellent questions too, for consideration, certainly. And I'm curious too. So is that also the majority, approve of this? Is that the position of MMA on sort of the decision that we have to make today?
So absolutely, the M&A supports the development of a national urban park, and I think part of the benefit of moving into the planning process now is being able to follow up on these questions and develop plans and get a better understanding from our citizens who ultimately direct the actions that we take to address those concerns.
That's great. Thank you very much. And I guess finally, Kyle, so your thought here is that with an initiative like this, it will also help to advance the Heritage River initiative that you're working on. Is that kind of your position?
Thank you for the question, Councillor, and through the chairperson. So certainly within Parks Canada, ecological corridors, heritage rivers, and national urban parks are housed within the same unit. And so I think there are a lot of synergies and groups that can talk to each other in a very friendly and constructive way. I think working in each three of those pillars strengthens each three of those pillars.
Because currently it's not really happening, and something like this will come bring things together?
Well, I would say, Councillor, ecological corridors and national urban parks are quite new programs to Canada, and so they're still being built as we fly the airplane, as was talked about during the stakeholder committees a little bit. And so certainly as those build momentum, I think there's all sorts of really unique opportunities that are going to emerge that we maybe can't even conceptualize today that we'll find along the way.
You also mentioned in your speaking points that you encourage the city to also work with other municipalities. in that earlier amendment presentation, none of the other municipalities were mentioned. How do you envision, or what's your advice for kind of that component? For example, the watershed that you're vice chair of, isn't that with surrounding municipalities? If you want to just elaborate on that a bit.
I'll try to concisely, Councillor. So certainly it's not for me to say, and that's work of the partner table that will unfold as we move into the planning phase, hopefully. I would say that it's very difficult to critique a governance model until you have one to poke holes in and improve upon and to build collaboratively. So we're looking forward to that. And again, I promise I won't repeat myself too much next month when we're back, but our advisory committee for the Heritage River has proven fairly effective, and certainly there are a number of inputs in that group that are coming from multi-sectoral. I will say Watershed Alliance as a WPAC has a slightly different role in terms of water governance in this province under Water for Life strategy. And so there's a few different buckets to look at. This work is could be related to, for example, North Saskatchewan Regional Plan, which I know we spoke at Utility Committee in November about. And so there's a lot of moving pieces, and I think until we have something on the page to look at together, that it's difficult to speculate.
Appreciate that. Thank you. That's all for me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi.
Just a quick question to Speaker Kerr. I don't know if you're aware that the City of Edmonton recently made a significant decision to actually purchase a park, a privately held piece of land in the northeast part of the city, which is bigger than the Harlick Park that is added to the River Valley systems now, right? So I just want to know if you were aware of that, right?
Yes, definitely. Yeah, we're aware of that. And yeah, there's, there's been a lot of, I think, steps forward. But we do, for this to become a national urban park and to be thought of and managed at that larger scale, I think we do have to talk about it at that larger scale and not just have it like individual parks, which is part of the, the River Valley modernization and the Ribbon of Green. But again, we know that protections need to increase, and hopefully the modernization process can be coordinated with a potential national urban park.
No, absolutely. The reason I'm bringing that, it's unfortunate that we are losing some River Valley lands. You're right, 6.5% loss over a few years. But we're also kind of trying to add by purchasing.
And
more.
that analysis was 2000 to 2015 and was the sum amount, a net, right? Yeah. So it was a net loss. So yeah, there hasn't been an analysis up to the recent dates, but ideally we'd be
adding
just
more.
adding.
Yeah, I know. I hear you. I hear you. I think that's one of the reasons that we want to explore this designation.
Right.
If there could be external resources as to preserve and add more. Okay,
yeah.
Good. Thank you so much, and thank you so much, everyone, for joining us and your work on the committee. Thank you.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you to all of our speakers for your presentations today and the ongoing work that you're doing. I'll ask you to step back now. You're welcome to stay for the rest of the conversation. And we're going to go to our second panel of speakers, who I believe are both online. Alana, Cody, are you there?
Speak up, Alana.
Oh.
Hello?
Hi, Evelyn, is that you?
It is, yes.
Okay, well, we'll go to you first then. You'll have 5 minutes to speak. Thank you for persisting and making it on to join us today. We look forward to your presentation. Please go ahead.
Well, thank you. I thank you all for allowing me to speak. I had very huge worries and concerns when I first heard about this, and I only heard about it, this plan, urban plan, just a few days ago. But I've been reassured now a couple of times that Parks Canada is not going to own or maintain our River Valley Park. And that was a huge concern. And I'm wondering if Parks Canada can be trusted. You know, pretty soon they're going to be asking fees for this or for that. And from my experience with national parks, they are not good stewards. For example, Jasper National Park, I don't know if anybody listening had ever seen Moraine Lake in Jasper National Park before it was just decimated. It was so beautiful that it was sacred. This piece of the nature was sacred, but the national parks allowed destruction of this beautiful place, and they've done that to many other places. So, you know, is there a chance that they might, you know, insinuate themselves and their little policies into what we're doing very well with our river valley? So that's my concern. It's just that connection.
Great.
Is it important? Is it important? According to all the speakers today, it seems that it is important for various reasons. But I would say we have to watch Parks Canada carefully because of their ideas of what a park should be. They allowed busloads and busloads and busloads of tourists to come up to Moraine Lake and to other places that are beautiful, and the places were then destroyed. Just from, you know, the number of people walking all over everything that grows there. Even though all the park naturalists have been talking for years to the head of Parks Canada to say you have to restrict the population coming in. You have to be very careful and get them educated, this kind of thing. But no, the owners of tours like Brewster's, they took over and just hauled in piles of people, no matter what. And the Parks Department in Edmonton used to have tour guides, excellent educated tour guides that escorted groups of children, classes, and anybody who required a guide, who took them on the paths put out by the, you know, city parks, and educated people on the plants and animals and the whole ecosystem. So that would be nice if city parks would install that again. And that's all I'm going to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Evelyn. Has Alana joined us? Alana, are you there?
She has not joined us.
Okay. Well, I think we'll move on at this point. I see, Mayor, so you have a question of our speaker, Evelyn?
Yeah, just thank you so much for joining us. Just want to get a sense from you after you listen to the speakers and after you listen to our questions of the speakers, and we will ask further questions to the administration if you want to stay on to listen that conversation. Are you reassured at this time that that the ownership of the River Valley Park will remain with the city, and the control will remain with the city, and access will be free, and that you will continue to enjoy the River Valley as you do it now, right? Does that give you some certainty?
Well, that is my wish.
Okay. And that is absolutely what is our desire, and these are kind of non-negotiables as we further explore this. And as far as I understand, Evelyn, Parks Canada has shown no interest in owning the park. We just want to tap into the federal resources to further enhance what we have now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you for joining us.
Yes, thank you again, Evelyn. That looks like all the questions we have of you. Appreciate you again taking the time to join us this afternoon.
Thank you.
So with that, again, a last call for Alana, Cody, Failing that, we'll go back now to administration and we'll have our questions of you. Just give you a moment to get up and get settled. And colleagues, if you want to sign in. Councillor Cartmel, again, we wanted to defer to you if you had any questions of administration.
Thank you. And I'm sorry, I did miss part of the conversation. So I did just hear Mayor Sohi's final remarks around ownership and governance. I guess I will ask, though, just for the record, there's federal dollars involved here, and I'm finding it hard to believe, just being frank about it, that there won't come with strings attached to those dollars. So I wonder if Mr. Corbould could comment to that. And again, I'm sorry if I'm repeating what's been said already.
And so, Councillor, it's Kent Snyder. Andre is not with us right now, but with all assurances we've been given from Parks Canada is that that there is not the intent to own the land or administer the park. And we do have the choice through this project as we explore it. If there are terms that do arise through this exploration that the city does not find acceptable, we don't proceed forward. We also do have, for committee's benefit, Julia Breeze is part of the administration's delegation. She is a Parks Canada representative, and so if you do have questions as well, we can ask her to provide some input.
Now, this is going to take some further work by city administration.
Councillor Cartmel, we've lost you there. You seem to have gone on mute again.
I'm sorry, I'm in the airport and there's a lot of announcements. I'm just going to sign off. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Mayor Sohi.
Yeah, just to further follow up on that, right? If there are conditions imposed by Parks Canada, as we move forward on the study, council, you'll bring that to council, and council will make that determination at that time whether those conditions are acceptable or not.
Mayor Sohi, and that is absolutely correct. And whatever the park ends up being, if it does end up being something, the city will know the terms in full agreement before signing on. So there won't be any surprise terms, and if any of those are not acceptable, council does not need to continue on.
Yeah, but there are shared alignments between the city and the Parks Canada and the federal government around conservation, right, and protection of nature, and improving access of urban dwellers to green spaces and nature, right? So those are the kind of shared priorities. That's my understanding why the federal government is exploring these designations in a number of urban centers. But those are aligned with our priorities as well, right?
That is absolutely right. There's spectacular alignment, and we probably couldn't create something this good with where we want to go as a community with what we've published previously.
Right. And eventually, funding is important, and we will have to determine whether the funding is proportional to what our vision is. And I think that's we'll have that conversation as we move forward. So what is next then? Like if committee gives approval and this goes to council and council gives approval, what would that next study, what would that next phase look like?
Sure, absolutely. So council or committee would indicate that if Parks Canada deemed we're all ready as partners to move to the next phase planning, so it's their call to move to the next phase. So if they did that and the city agreed with that, we'd move into what is called the planning phase. And this is, stakeholders did reference this, some of our speakers, a much more broad conversation in the community, so there'd be more engagement. We could talk more freely about the project with Edmontonians and stakeholders. It is refining, the next phase would be refining boundaries, looking at governance options as well, and then as well financially, confirming budgets in this next phase too.
So some of the questions that are being raised in the community by our speakers, they will be further discussed and there'll be more answers to those questions. What would be the timelines if Parks Canada agrees, then how much time will this take for the next phase to be completed? That's one question that I have. And I'll state my other question as well, then you can answer both together. You heard from Speaker Duncan around some of the transparency issues, right, moving forward, how we remove that, some of those conditions and bring more of this conversation into the public sphere, at least among the committee members as well. Go ahead.
Sure. Mayor Sohi, perhaps I'll start with the transparency and then ask Julia Breeze to talk about the timing, because Parks Canada is leading the timing and the agenda for that project. So we did have the stakeholder committee. We did ask them to respect a level of confidentiality because they had some information that the rest of the community did not have. But we're moving into a phase where we can be much more open with Edmontonians and engage much more broadly. Just for the record, there were no non-disclosure agreements asked to be signed. It was all on folks' honor to respect that confidentiality. But absolutely, the next phase does have a significant ramping up in transparency for the community. And maybe I'll turn it over to Julia to talk about timing.
Absolutely. Hello, good afternoon, Mayor Sohi, members of the committee, and other city councilors. Good afternoon, National Urban Park project partners that I heard speak, project stakeholders as well that are in attendance, and members of the public. My name is Julia Breeze, and I'm here today as acting director with the National Urban Parks team at Parks Canada. And I see the time is ticking down, so I will be brief. There was such good input and perspectives already shared, so many thanks to everyone for the valuable input and the really good discussion today. What Ken said about the next steps in terms of advancing to the planning phase, I completely agree in terms of what's ahead, in terms of working through governance and the study area boundaries and really digging into those details. We project that the planning phase would take about a year. So from when we would have the confirmed path forward from council as well as from Parks Canada and other project partners, we would then proceed to work through that over the coming year. And as we've said also, by the end of that planning phase, it would be another kind of non-binding step at that point. So we would still have another opportunity to check back and see how we're doing with the progress that we would have done over the coming year.
Okay, thank you very much, and appreciate you being here with us today. Councillor Tang, I'll go to you next.
Great, thank you very much, and thank you for this update. Lots of anticipation, obviously, and if I can maybe stay with Ms. Breeze for a second. So there's other cities, and I believe a number of them have, publicly come out, released their pre-feasibility report, and made announcements about moving into the planning phase. I guess I just want to get a sense from you, is Edmonton kind of started around the same time as some of these cities? I've seen some of the reports that does include, say, governance models. Was it the same expectation for all these different cities? I guess I'm just curious about why the discrepancy, like some cities had those information, some didn't.
Thank you for the question. I think it really gets at the heart of one of the key features of this new program. We're really looking to work collaboratively with local partners at each site, each of the 7 candidate sites under the new National Urban Park Program. And that means really advancing at the pace of local partners and advancing in a way that makes sense locally, with some of the proposals also being at different phases of kind of maturity, as well as kind of different inputs and different perspectives that needed to be brought forward and worked through the different the different first phase of pre-feasibility.
Okay.
So I think I would say in terms of, you know, the two that have already advanced into planning, you know, are advancing at the pace that makes sense there in those locations. And in Edmonton, I'm really pleased to be here today and to kind of participate in the discussion. And from a Parks Canada perspective, we're very pleased and very enthusiastic in terms of the progress through the pre-feasibility phase that we've done in terms of seeking the interest from project partners, looking to kind of the local jurisdictions, including Indigenous governments and organizations, and seeing whether there's interest there to work together collaboratively, identifying a first kind of study area to bring into planning, et cetera, recognizing that much more remains to be done. This is a multi-year, multi-phase project. And so that first phase definitely, from our perspective, we've hit the mark.
Thank you. And I'm also noting some of these cities have also kind of announced the funding they will get in terms of moving to that planning phase. I'm noting that there is a total fund for all these, for the entire program. So would that funding be sort of contingent also kind of to that local context, the size and you know, the size of the stakeholder tables, et cetera?
Yeah, so on funding, so funds are already being spent across the candidate sites, even in pre-feasibility, to support capacity funding and participation.
But I'm talking about moving into the planning phase, right?
Yeah, so the key aspect to moving into planning is that we are seeing there the opportunity to make investments along the way. And so that's really one of the key benefits of advancing to planning, is being able to start to flow some more significant investments into the site to start to kind of think about whether that's land acquisition or restoration activities.
Right. And I guess I'm curious then, you know, across the site, if in the end, say, you know, the National Urban Park isn't the best model for a particular, you know, city, they're not necessarily expected to give that money back.
Correct. Through the process, if funding is expended, it should be aligned with the program objectives of conservation, connecting Canadians with nature, and advancing reconciliation.
Right.
But beyond that, that's correct.
Right, and then as you move into this planning phase, you know, similar to these other places, Edmonton will be also releasing a lot of the information, the pre-feasibility report, et cetera, publicly.
Correct. Yes, we would certainly see that coming forward.
Those are very helpful. I might come around for a second round to our administration. Thank you very much for being here with us.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I just have a few follow-up questions. I just don't think I got a clear answer. I think Councillor Tang asked a question, but just to confirm, so if we, you know, the decision point today is to approve going into the planning stage. If we do, and there's funding from the federal government to continue that work, but let's say at the next checkpoint, we decide that the governance model, whatever is created or the proposed, doesn't work for Edmontonians, we would not have to pay that money back for all of the work that we did, right?
That is correct.
Okay, just wanted to double check that. And I think that the other question that I had, was around some of the unfunded profiles. Are we looking in this planning stage at some of those opportunities around some of the capital profiles that we couldn't fund at budget? So I'm thinking of the power plant, the Touch the Waters project, those kind of things. Will that be part of the conversation?
So the other projects that currently are the city is examining and have in various states. Yes, so if we envision that all these projects are floating down the North Saskatchewan River, we're all floating in the same current. They're at different points in the river, but they're all floating, and they're all in alignment. They're all going in the same direction. As this project matures, and if committee and council would like to continue on, we'll start to coalesce these projects into so that the alignment is much more deliberate. But at this point, we're not attaching this very deliberately. We're definitely has eyes on other projects, but very deliberately so that it doesn't slow up other projects in case this doesn't proceed. Those
Okay.
other projects
Yeah.
need to keep moving.
That makes sense. Okay, and I guess just going back to the federal counterpart, in the recommendation, in the report, it talks about, the preferred site study is essentially the entirety of the river valley, though, recognizing that there would be a kind of a phased approach to that. I'm just wanting to get a sense, I'm not familiar with a lot of the other projects in other municipalities, but from what I understand, that scope and the scope and scale of the river valley is significant compared to some of the other urban park projects across Canada, correct?
Thank you for the question. I think that each site has its own unique circumstances, as I alluded to earlier, and I think the idea of kind of a large scale scope and a river valley adjacent kind of based park exists also, for example, in the Saskatoon region. So
Yeah.
There may be others that are also similar, but from our perspective, when we say we're in listening mode and wanting to come up with something collaborative with local partners that makes sense, we've heard loud and clear a desire to make sure that the scope and the scale matches the level of investment, and that we're doing something that
Yeah.
is
Okay.
that is both ambitious for the long term, that really does set us up on a good path for the longer term vision, but is also achievable in the shorter term.
Yeah, that was, you preempted my next question about, the scope and scale of resources matching the scope and scale of the asset that we're talking about. I guess just the one last question, listening to the speakers today, there's a lot of discrepancy of where that starting point would be in terms of, I guess, within the pillars of the national urban parks. Will we be picking sites based on conservation, based on accessibility, based on reconciliation, or the best sites for the combination of all three? How are we, what kind of discussions will happen in the planning phase around what area makes the most sense as that starting point?
So I can answer that, Councillor, or try to attempt to, and perhaps Julia could frame it as well. So we know that Parks Canada has the 3 pillars, and that each park has to acknowledge and contribute to satisfying those pillars. So if we're talking about a phased approach, it is likely, now this is all speculative because we haven't done that work yet, but it is likely that that area, big or small, needs to achieve all 3 pillars. So it couldn't just lean solely 100% into one of those particular pillars.
Perfect, that's a great clarity. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I just have, my colleagues have covered all the questions that I had. My only other one was just sort of what you're envisioning for council touch points over the next year, over the planning phase. Would the vision sort of be to come back to us at the end of the planning phase, or would you anticipate a midpoint check-in, for example?
We're still working on the schedule. Parks Canada has graciously released a forward agenda to us, so we do know how we're going to get to the end point. Definitely the end point, absolutely, would be a committee check-in. It probably is warranted to have 2 or 3 independent check-ins. Some may be intergov related that perhaps are private reports, but yes, there'd be additional check-ins along the way.
Great, excellent. That was the only question I had. Really excited for the work that's happening. Councillor Rice, over to you.
Thank you. So a few questions here.
Councillor Paquette, I think you have your phone unmuted. Do you mind just? Sorry,
Okay.
Councillor Rice.
I don't believe I do.
Oh, I apologize. I could hear your voice, but my mistake. Councillor Rice. Oh. We'll reset your time. I apologize.
I will try my best to be as quick as I could. The first question to our own administration is about public supporting data. So from today's speakers, I heard the one comment specific on this report in front of us is missing that public supporting data for this project moving forward. I just wondering, and then 2 points here. The first one is about where we are right now, and for that public engagement to get that public supporting data. That is number one. Number two is this data will come after we decided we are getting into the planning phase first, or should be before the planning we get into the planning phase?
Councillor, so our public engagement approach for the pre-feasibility phase was focused on understanding general public sentiment and any concerns or major opportunities or constraints that the public might identify with this opportunity to create a national urban park. Our surveys were not designed to generate quantitative results, in part because of how early on we were when we did that initial engagement. So we felt it was too early to sort of equivocally ask regarding support or non-support because all of the details around governance, site boundaries, et cetera, were not yet available. So through the planning phase, that's when we would delve a little bit deeper and conduct broader public engagement to really do a deep dive into public sentiment and support for potential proposals.
Okay, thank you for that information. The second about the financial contribution, I heard from like our Canada Parks said like yes, and for the planning phase, and we don't need to implement the checking points. We decided not to go further. We don't need to return the grant from federal government. And however, and what is our city's own contributions, including financial contribution during this planning phase?
So Councillor Rice, part of this project does have a contribution from Parks Canada to the partners, including the City of Edmonton. And so Parks Canada has been funding a significant, the majority
yes.
of the staff resources, internal staff resources on this project, as well as the consulting dollars that we need. There are some staff resources that the city is complementing to the project as well, but they haven't been a burden to attaining council's priorities to date.
So we don't have any financial contributing and specific from our own budget?
In terms of this exploratory pre-feasibility phase, just staff resource time.
Okay. My next question related is the funding schedule. And if this it's a phase approach, does that mean we have the deadline we have to say yes to get into the planning phase to get that grant to explore, or there is no deadline and until we can do some like public engagement first and before we put a lot of effort on?
So Councillor Rice, the planning phase includes public engagement in a much more broad process where we're able to share more details with Edmontonians so they can have more knowledge in how they're commenting and providing feedback. In terms of moving into the planning phase, there is no financial decisions or gates or missed opportunities at this point by saying yes, committee and council would like to move into the planning phase.
My question, I want to ask one more time. My question is about, because I heard public speakers said very clear, if we didn't say yes at this moment, we'll lose opportunity to receive the fund and from federal government. And is there any financial schedule demonstrate that deadline? What's the date for us to say yes? We have to say yes. And in order for us to get a planning fund. do we have that deadline or we do not have that deadline?
So
I just want.
Councillor Rice, I don't believe there's a firm deadline. It is, as Parks Canada works through with the 7 sites across the country, if we choose not to participate in the program at some point, then I think what was referenced is we're losing that opportunity for federal investment at that point. There is no specific date for us at this point.
Great, thank
Okay,
you for that.
that's very good. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang, back to you.
If I can stay with our Parks Canada colleague just a little bit longer here. So I appreciate that some preliminary agenda has been shared about the timeline, but can you just clarify what that is? Back up. If Parks Canada have to determine whether or not we've reached that pre-feasibility stage, I guess my question is, how have you made that determination? When do you think you might make that decision? When might we know?
Thank you for the question, Councillor. I think that today's discussion is also a really great kind of step and milestone along the way, and so this is a kind of a key discussion to feed into that. So I think I wouldn't be able to give you a specific date and timeline, but to say, as I said earlier, that we certainly are making very good progress. We have really strong support across the partner table, which is really a key component. I heard Theo earlier. Hi, Theo. Thank you for joining today and providing your perspectives, and others as well. And so those are really some of the key things that we, from Parks Canada's perspective, that we're looking for, is to see whether there's sufficient support there to move forward, as well as the kind of the more detailed work that we've been doing for the past year, which we have been doing with partners and stakeholders and all of the research that has gone into this already.
That's helpful, thank you. And then I guess just so when a city does move into that planning phase, how long do you anticipate that to be? A year, 2 years?
Yes, thank you for the question. Typically, we think the planning phase would take about a year, but again, with the possibility of timelines being adjusted based on local circumstances and kind of progress as we go.
Yeah, my understanding, for example, in Halifax, there's a very particular site that people have kind of honed in on that. In that case, I imagine things might go a bit faster than perhaps other site. Not to say that is indeed the outcome, but I think I understand what you're saying in terms of that local context. Maybe just turn to our administration. So I'm on the sort of the next phase. So let's say we approve and we do move into that planning phase. Would you still think about that advisory or I'm hearing partner table, but also the stakeholder group who, after today's protocol item, for example, I kind of assume that their role in this pre-feasibility phase is done. Would you then consider bringing back those people for another stakeholder group? I don't know.
So, Councillor, you are correct. We did have our last meeting with the stakeholder committee in June, where we thanked them for their contributions. But we also encouraged them and tried to motivate them that their contributions and input is not done with this project, just that particular committee, because we'll be engaging much more broadly to many different more voices. It's important that we do that, and we do that in the spirit of that. So, but absolutely, there may be called together as a group if they're still willing, or as individual groups where we need that expertise that they do have.
And just and a follow up on, just so I'm clear, then obviously this will go on for quite some time, but I'm hearing that lots of people have provided suggestions of where to start for phase 1, for example, and then you will assess that against the 3 criteria of conservation, accessibility, and reconciliation. At what point can council expect to see, some of those candidate sites?
Probably at what Councillor Stevenson asked, the check-ins, probably at one of those check-ins. And
2023, 2024?
It would likely be by the end of this year. I would imagine that there would still be another council check-in, as well as engagement this fall too.
I appreciate that. Thank you. I have 40 seconds. Let me see if I can squeeze in a quick one here. Was there a technical analysis completed at the pre-feasibility stage, and any flags there?
Yes, so our technical analysis was again preliminary, and we will continue to refine it through the planning phase if we proceed. So we looked at ways in which different locations in Edmonton might meet the National Urban Park program objectives and the program pillars, as well as aligning with the city's existing policies and strategies for its open space network.
That's helpful. I'm sorry, but I am going to have to come back for one more round. Thank you.
That's all right. Councillor Rutherford?
Yeah, I don't have any further questions on the item except for with the recommendation in the report, it says that Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council, but then you mentioned that there's no budgetary input, because I had assumed it needed to be recommended because there was a budgetary impact, but why does this need to go to council if there is no resource things, or am I missing something?
You're correct. There is no financial ask that's being put forward at this time. I believe Parks Canada, in order to deem that all of the partners are in support to move to the next stage, would appreciate that signaling from council.
Okay, no, that's clear. That helps clarify. I have no further questions. Thank you.
Mayor Sohi?
Well, that makes sense. With that, I will move that the Urban Planning Committee recommend to City Council that administration proceed to the planning phase of the National Urban Park Initiative, pending endorsement by Parks Canada, as outlined in July 12, 2023 Urban Planning and Economy Report UPE 01668.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. We have that motion on the floor. I'll go now to Councillor Tang.
Okay, appreciate the motion. Glad you put it on the table. I want to ask about governance. So just looking at some of the other sites, there were considerations, or there were research done different, what are some different options that people can consider, whereas in our case there was none of that. I guess I'm just curious what can you give a sense or inkling of what are maybe different things that were discussed, and if it gets into that intergov space, I'm happy to move us into private because I would like to hear.
So I can start, and perhaps Julia can also add to the comments. So the Parks Canada led us through where we are today in terms of pre-feasibility, and because of where we started as a partner table and the uncertainty of location, as opposed to some other sites had fairly solid location geographic areas as when they started, we didn't get to the governance component at this point. But as Parks Canada informed all the partners, the governance discussion is fluid and can float into the planning phase as well. So there's been very preliminary partner discussions, but no particular options discussed. And I think we all wanted to talk about geographic locations, because depending on geographic location, there could be different opportunities. And so that how the management and governance could be structured based on what we're dealing with on the ground. And perhaps Julia could add some more to this as well.
Thank you. Yes, gladly. And thank you for the question. So I agree with what you said, Kent, for sure. I think what we're seeing is, again, local variability based on kind of where the projects are. If a site needs more time and more energy spent on identifying a study area, as has been the case here in Edmonton, then that was really important for us to dedicate a lot of our time to doing that. And so what we see really is there's quite a bit of overlap and flexibility between what we can work on in pre-feasibility and into planning. And so we've lightly touched on governance, but just really scratched the surface, and that's okay, because we're going to be able to dig into it, into the planning phase, really start developing those governance options and what that might mean from a co-management or co-stewardship with Indigenous peoples perspective. And just from a kind of where we're starting from and a starting point, we certainly have heard loud and clear kind of that for Edmonton, it will not make sense for kind of federal ownership. This is not a federal takeover, and so that those flexible governance options that that we can develop together as partners through the process and receive feedback and input to find really a good model that works locally, that really supports the excellent work that's already happening locally and reinforces then some of the new elements that we can potentially bring in terms of supporting the reconciliation pillar potentially, and continue with kind of what the partners are interested in terms of the vision around co-management, co-stewardship of the lands, etc.
Okay, so I think because I did get some questions around, why are we so lacking in some of these information, whereas, if you look at other cities, there's lots more details. But again, coming back to what you've been saying, Ms. Breesy, around that local context, perhaps some of the other sites, because they're much more specific, and I think, Kent, to your point about that location matters when we talk about governance, and therefore, the pace is quite different between geographic areas among the 7 sites. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay, that's very helpful. In any case, and at this point,
It's there in the chat.
okay, I would like to move the Urban Planning Committee to meet in private pursuant to sections 21, disclosure harmful to intergovernmental relations, 24, advice from officials, and 25, disclosure harmful to economic and other interests of a public body of the Freedom of Information and Protection of Privacy Act for the discussion of this item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang, for putting that on the floor. So that would just move us into a conversation about some of the intergovernmental relations on this item. So I'd ask my colleagues to vote.
If I could vote, it would be a resounding yes.
I thought we.
Oh.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. This is excellent timing. We will be moving into private over the break, so we will come back at 3:45 in private. Thank you. We're on recess until then.
We are back in public.
Excellent. Thank you so much. Excellent. So we have a motion on the floor to recommend to City Council that we move forward with the planning phase of the National Urban Park. I don't see any other questions, so I will go now for an opportunity for colleagues to speak to this motion. Councillor Tang, I see you up there first, so over to you.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate the conversation today. I had a lot of questions and I was fairly satisfied with a lot of the responses I got. Many think appreciation for the speakers who came out, lots of knowledge and wisdom there to provide to not only to this group but also the general public. I felt, it was very valuable because there's a lot of information there beyond what was presented in the report. And I know that at this point there's still a lot of questions, but I think there's also a lot of misperceptions out there that hopefully we help to clarify. A few things I think I just want to comment on. I have heard some concerns around, are we moving to the planning phase without greater specificity of a site selection? Is River Valley too broad? Should we have narrowed down further? Do we need more information about governance, for example? Why is it that some of the cities are moving faster than we are? I think today, with a colleague from Parks Canada, I think I certainly learned a lot about how different cities, different sites have such different context that it's not realistic to expect everyone's moving at the same pace. And I think we have a really unique opportunity here where a lot of these questions I anticipate would be answered in this next phase. And so I think it makes sense to move forward to continue the exploration. There are still many checkpoints that, as we've heard, that will come back to this committee, I believe, for us to further dig into that, much in the same way that we did today. And so I support the motion here, and I look forward to see what further information and further lessons it will be elucidated in the next phase. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Tang. Seeing no one else, I'll just very briefly speak to say I'm very excited for the opportunity. Really appreciate the work that's happened both at administration, with our federal partners, and also all of our community partners as well. For me, the opportunity is an incredibly exciting one. The National Urban Parks program is extremely well aligned with our own city objectives. And so for me, it really provides a chance for us to do what we would be planning to do anyways, but with access to federal funding. That's a key piece for me, and I look forward to those conversations. The other opportunity that I think is very exciting is helping to put Edmonton on the map and really drive our visitor economy, which I think will help bring prosperity not only to our city, but the region as a whole. So thank you again for everyone who's been involved, and I look forward to further updates as we move through the next stages of planning. That'll go to Mayor Sohi to close.
Yeah, I'll be very quick as well. I think this was a very, very important and I would say informative conversation, hearing from speakers and administration's presentation and the way administration answered all those questions, particularly some of the concerns that Edmontonians are raising, and we need to continue to make sure that we are sharing the accurate information about what our intent is, which is to retain ownership and control over our beautiful river valley, but to tap into federal resources for ecological protection, for improving accessibility, and moving forward on the reconciliation with First Nations, Métis, and Inuit communities who reside within the city and beyond, and on Treaty 6 territory and beyond, right? So it's I think our objectives are aligned. I think this partnership is successful. If successful, will allow us to preserve our river valley, enhance that protection, and help us move toward climate goals and aligns with city plan, breathe, and in many other things that ribbon of green, all we talked about, right, and all that. I also want to appreciate the participation from Parks Canada being part of this delegation. I think this was ability for them to directly hear from us on our commitment. But one thing I want them to be absolutely cognizant about, and I hope they're listening, that that federal investment needs to be proportional to the contribution that city or the proportional to the size and the value of the river valley and what is required in ecological protection. And so we look forward to that conversation with the Parks Canada. There's $120 million or $130 million allocated. My understanding is that that $130 million is for the first phase, right? There got to be more money coming after that for the ongoing support for these kind of initiatives. And so folks in Parks Canada, federal government listening to this conversation, we just want to let you know that we will be coming back to you with absolutely significant participation when it comes to resources for this wonderful, wonderful initiative. So thank you so much for ongoing support, and look forward to the next phase.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Please vote.
Yes.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried unanimously. Thank you very much, and thanks to administration again. So we are now on to our final item of today, item 7.2, Center City Family Oriented Housing. So I'll invite our administrative delegation to come up. I selected this item. We don't have any public speakers, and I don't feel the need for a presentation, but I just wanted to see if my colleagues had an interest in a brief presentation.
I'm really interested in this, but I have to go, and I fully support your motion.
Well,
the potential motion that you're going to bring forward. So,
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Great, so we're good to go straight to questions, if that's all right with administration. Thank you. And Councillor Tang, to you, to put you on the spot.
Yeah, no problem. I just, I thought it was a pretty good report. I was just curious about the jurisdictions that required a minimum 2 to 3 bedroom units. Like, how did they fare? Did those kinds of policy levers actually yield the outcome that they were looking for?
So I don't have information on the results or outcomes each of those cities has attained with their approaches. So all that we have to present, or all that we have available right now, is an overview of approaches they've taken. Okay, I see. I am curious. And then, so with those approaches are sort of relatively recent, would you say? As an issue, only really the city of Vancouver has been looking at this for more than, say, 15 years. So overall, it's fairly recent in Canada for this to be taken up as an issue. So more cities have considered it recently, but it's new, yes. But there might be data for good comparison if we wanted to dig into it. Yeah, there could be more information on how those have performed. And then I was also just, maybe as a follow-up to that, apartment building progress in those cities. Vancouver is pretty fast and strong in building high density structures, right? Yes, Vancouver is a very unique context in Canada, and so it can be, while in this area it has led in policy, it might be hard for us to draw lessons from its experience to apply here. So we'd want to look broadly. Okay, appreciate that. That's it. Thank you.
I think I wrote that exact line in an article one time about what we can learn from Vancouver and what we can't. So certainly take that point. I was struck by the proportion of 3-bedroom units in Calgary, and was just wondering if we're aware at this preliminary stage of anything they're doing differently. They just seem to have a higher proportion than us, and yet we have very similar.
So in the data that I collected and presented in attachment 2, we found that Calgary in their center city actually had the lowest number of 3-bedroom units. Ottawa had 5%. Calgary's 3-bedroom units in their center, or in their downtown area, was under 1%.
Oh, interesting. I misread that. Thank you. Thank you for the clarification. I do have a motion I want to put on the floor. Maybe one last question. You know, we often talk about the proportion of households with children when we're looking at Center City. And something that strikes me is that, again, Center City is a very high density area. And so I wonder if we can look, especially when we have the new census figures out, if we can look at the absolute number of children in these neighborhoods. Because I think that even though they may be a lower proportion of households, that the absolute number of children is actually comparable to other low density areas that we think of as being family oriented. Would that be possible in future reports?
Yes, those census data figures are recently available, so that's absolutely something that we can measure.
Great, excellent. Well, with that then, I would like to put a motion forward for consideration of committee. And I'm wondering if it could be put up because I have too many tabs that are open. There we go. So I'd like to move that administration conduct research and stakeholder engagement to provide a report on increasing the number of 3 or more bedroom units in Center City, including the frequency of permits issued that make use of the density bonus provisions for 3 or more bedrooms, whether families are moving into existing 3 or more bedroom units, challenges and costs for buyers, tenants, developers, and landlords, and options and analysis for policy, regulations, and incentives. And as a brief introduction, the intent of this motion is really building on, so I should say, really appreciate the report. I thought it was excellent. I think that when we look at building a diverse community that meets everyone's needs, there's many different components that we need to consider. But over and over again, I hear, and I think we saw in the 2013 study, that 3-bedroom requirement is really a sticking point and a really important starting point. And I also know that there are significant barriers to delivering those from a cost perspective. Even when developers are able to provide those units, they can be quite expensive for families to move into. So I'd really like to really hone in on this question of the three or more bedroom units. I think some of the questions that were raised in the report are excellent, and they're built into this motion. And that would really be the hope that we come back with a clear understanding of what the barriers are and what we can do to counter those barriers. I think I've also tried to focus this motion specifically on 3 or more bedroom units because, again, I think while my primary interest is in welcoming more families to the core, there are other housing needs that may require 3 bedrooms that aren't necessarily for families. So, for example, potentially student housing. There may be a range of different people who want access to that, and ultimately we're looking to provide housing diversity, which is why I've taken out that language, really focused on the 3 or more bedrooms. And with that, happy to take any questions or further discussion and questions on this motion. All right, well, let's make it an early-ish evening then. I don't need to close any further, except to say thank you again to administration for your work on this. I'm really looking forward to what comes back. I'm hoping it could come back potentially a bit earlier than the fourth quarter next year, but recognizing that you've got a heavy load and lots going on. I think that there'll be other opportunities for us to talk about the provision of 3-bedroom units through our downtown residential development and conversion incentives, but look forward to this broader work also taking place. So with that, please vote.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. And that's carried. Excellent. I don't see that we have any other responses to private inquiries, private reports, or motions pending. Do we have any notices of motions or motions without customary notice? Seeing none, we are adjourned at 4:29. Thank you very much.